ìmọ́lẹ̀ o, ìmọ́lẹ̀ tèmi tèmi. Sí Olúwa o, sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run. Òun nìkan ni. Ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ o. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ yìí o, ìmọ́lẹ̀ yìí o. Máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sàn àti òpin. Before I was formed in my mother's womb. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, before I was formed in my mother's womb. Mo ti yàn yí o, ìpín mi rèé o, máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ àti òpin, ìpín rèé o, máa fi ṣògo. Sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè. Ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ òun nìkan ni. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ yóò máa fi ṣògo. Sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè. Ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ o. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ yóò máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Àti òpin. Láti ìpìlẹ̀ ayé. Ìpín rèé o. Máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Láti mọ bí ìrìn ṣe máa jẹ́ nínú ayé. Ìpín rèé o. Máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Àti elétò ìpín mi rè. Ìpín rèé o. Ìwọ ni màá fi elétò. Máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ. Àti òpin. Ìpín rèé o. Máa fi ṣògo. Sí Olúwa o. Sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè. Ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ o. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ yóò máa fi ṣògo. Sí Olúwa. Sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè. Ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ o. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ yóò máa fi ṣògo. Kọ́lẹ̀ tó sọ àti òpin. Èmi ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀, mo kàn ń rìnrìn mi lọ́nìí. Èmi ò mọ̀, mi ò mọ̀ bó ṣe jẹ́. Ojú mi ló là tí mo fi mọ̀. Ìpín náà rèé o, máa fi ṣògo. Before I was formed nínú ìyá mi, láti yàn mí o, èmi náà rèé o. Ògo ni màá ṣe fún.
Good morning, everybody. You are welcome to 2026 Ondo State and Mandatory Continuing Professional Development Program. You are welcome once again. My name is Niesv Dr. Ondo, and I will be the anchor for this program. Welcome everybody once again, and we would like to invite our key people to the I table. First on my list is the National Chairman of the Mandatory Continuing Professional Development Program, who would be joining us in the course of this program. I will also want us to welcome the host chairman, the chairman of the branch, and person of ESV, Dr. Akin Tomide Akinlabi, FNIVS. Please welcome him with a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. ESV, Dr. Akin Tomide Akinlabi, we are waiting for you. While he's coming to the stage, we'll also welcome the chairman of the MCPD for 2026 seminar in person of ESV Taiwo Adiola, MNIVS. ESV Taiwo, you are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We'll also welcome the chairman of this session, in person of ESV TT Adejala, FNIVS. You are welcome, sir. We'd like to welcome the second presenter. The reason why we are welcoming the second presenter today is because the lead presenter will soon join us in the course of this program. The second presenter is in the person of ESV Dr. Victor Olitope Ige, MNIVS. You are welcome, sir. We also want to welcome the executives of the NIGERIAN Ondo State branch. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Then the fellows of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. And the members of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Please, we would like to give honor to who honor is due. We want the fellows of the institution to occupy the first row, while the first two rows, please, while every other person can occupy the row subsequent. Thank you very much while we do the adjustment. Right away, we would want to kickstart the program by taking the opening prayer. The opening prayer would be said for us by the Vice Chairman of the branch. Vice Chairman, sir. The opening prayer.
Let us rise in prayer. The Lord and Heavenly Father, we give you glory, honor, and adoration for this day. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the protection of every soul that gathered here today. We thank you, Lord, for this program of today, the MCPD 2026. Father, we thank you because as we are starting with us. And we know you are going to take the eminence of the occasion, all the speakers, all the listeners, invited guests, and we will be participating in today's program. We commit all of us into thy care. Take absolute control in Jesus' name. As we go with us. And by the time we round up this program, let your blessing be upon us. And as many that travel far, Father, as they shall be going back, Father, we grant everybody journey mercy. Those who are still on the way to meet us here today, Father, we pray, may you protect their journey. Let today be a day of joy, may it not be a day of sorrow. So at the end, we give you praises, honor, and adoration. Thank you for hearing our prayer. This is our prayer unto you in Jesus' mighty name. We pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. We would take the national anthem. The national anthem, please. And we'll take it while standing. Thank you very much as we take our seat. Once again, I'd like to welcome us to the 2026 mandatory continuing professional program, which is holding today at Niesv House in Alawaka, Akure. Right now, moving straight into the program, we would like to have the MCPD chairman's opening remark. The MCPD chairman, sir.
I want to welcome us once again to this auspicious occasion. Distinguished guests, noble colleagues, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome every one of us to this important gathering that is focused on the theme of this year's MCPD, Estate Surveyors and Valuers, enhancing professional practice for sustainable urban growth and effective land management in Nigeria. In a rapidly urbanizing nation like Nigeria, where our cities are expanding at unprecedented rates, the role of the estate surveyor and valuer has never been more critical. From Lagos to Abuja, from Port Harcourt to Kano, the pressures of population growth, infrastructure demand, housing deficit, and environmental concerns continue to redefine our urban landscape. In the midst of these challenges, we stand as key custodians of land resources and built assets. We are entrusted with the responsibility of guiding development in a manner that is efficient, equitable, and sustainable. So as a regulated professional under the framework of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, the Institution Board of Nigeria, and of course, the institution, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, we are not just merely intermediaries in property transactions. We are strategic advisors, development consultants, asset managers, and policy influencers. Our expertise informs investment decisions, support mortgage and financial systems, shape compensation framework, and ensures transparency in land administration. Sustainable urban growth demands more physical expansion. It requires deliberate planning, responsible land allocation, data-driven valuation, and adherence to ethical standards. It calls for professionals who are technologically competent, environmentally conscious, and committed to global best practices. As cities grapple with informal settlements, inefficient land use, climate risk, and inadequate infrastructure, surveyors and valuers must lead conversation on smart growth, urban regeneration, affordable housing delivery, and effective property taxation system. Today's discourse provides us with opportunity to reflect, to innovate, to recommit ourselves to excellence. So let's use this platform to exchange ideas, challenge our data practices, and chart a forward-looking path for our profession. The future of Nigeria Urban Center depends significantly on the competence, integrity, and vision of estate surveyors and valuers. So as we formally declare this session open, may our deliberation be insightful, our contributions impactful, and of course, our resolutions transformative for our profession and our nation. So once again, I want to say thank you, and of course, I wish us productive engagement.
Thank you so much, the MCPD chairman. While he was delivering his lecture, the lead speaker for today's presentation walked in person of Niesv Professor Tunde Oladokun, FNIVS. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Right now, we'd like to have the host chairman's address. The chairman, sir.
The chairman of this session, the MCPD chairman emeritus, our lead speaker, Professor Oladokun, thank you for coming. I know today is going to be loaded. My own personal brother, Dr. Victor Ige, thank you for answering our call. The Lord will continue to bless you. Fellows of the institution, noble colleagues, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Sincerely speaking, I want to say it's a thing of joy for me, being the chairman of this branch at this particular time. There are things that has been ordained from heaven. And when we see it, it is just the manifestation that we are seeing. And by the grace of God, this branch will continue to move forward. Today is not a day of speech. I'm fully prepared to learn today. But this year MCPD is a unique one. Unique one in the sense that it is not just MCPD. It is a week-long activities set up for Ondo State Maiden Nice Week. This event has started since Monday. Monday morning we were here, this auditorium, for press conference. And people at National have been asking questions on those two people. How did you achieve it? As a branch, bringing AIT, TVC to cover your event. I remember when I asked the National Publicity Secretary, to help us to contact AIT. He said, we should not try it, that it's too expensive. That if I see that National always focus on TVC, but what National said is expensive, we were able to achieve it at branch level. It is not my making, but all of us together. And I want to thank you. This MCPD is something that I don't know how to explain it. The rate at which our people also support it make me to know that this branch has just started on the way of progress and growth. And I want to assure you, as the branch is growing, we are also growing. Our business will continue to grow. Our life will continue to grow. And everything concerning us will continue to grow. I want to appeal to us. Let us be attentive. Don't be in a haste to leave, because our resource persons have enough for us to share, to learn, and develop on, and to improve our life. On that note, I will appeal to every one of us to please be patient and be attentive. Tomorrow, we have our women program. I know the women are on top IGI now. I am privy to have their preparation top notch. And the youth also are fully prepared. Well, on Friday, please, as early as possible, I don't want to scatter at all. Let's get to Deja Vu Hotel and Resort as early as 9 o'clock. We have guests coming all over the country. There's somebody that came flew from US purposely because of that event. It will not be proper for them to get to the venue and will not be there. And Saturday, our AGM, for those that pay their annual due, please, let's be here on time. Once again, I want to welcome us to 2026 MCPD. And in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, I declare the MCPD open. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please, an announcement. The owner of this car, 018-331OD. Your attention is needed outside. I take it again, 018-331OD, a government official car, Toyota Corolla, I guess. Your attention is needed outside. Thank you very much again. Like the chairman has said, that we are here to learn. And I'm going to employ us. I'm going to encourage us that we should take our time to listen, because this is an in-house thing, and we are here to talk to ourselves. Having said that, I'd like to call on the chairman of the session to give us his own word and declare this seminar open. The chairman, sir.
Friends of yours, all of you for me here. All of us. Please, all of us, you have to be attentive, please. The seminar is not to educate ourselves. I'm not that we're all here. For those, enough those, ask questions where necessary. And then on name, you know, natural simply, Thomas simply, and an instance. That night, this seminar, this MCPD,
Thank you very much, sir. The chairman of the session has declared the seminar open, and I want to believe that every one of us here, we are with our biros, our books, because we'll be asking ourselves some salient questions because the things we're going to be talking about today has to do with how our profession will remain sustainable. Having said that, we would like to call on the first speaker for today, and person of ESV, Professor Timothy Tunde Oladokun, FNIVS, and he will be delivering the first lecture. Thank you, sir.
Noble colleagues, good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. Good afternoon, noble colleagues. I want to say, Ekulu. Yes, sir. I'm happy to be here and to be associated with this 1 week long celebration of the branch. The branch is doing well, and we shall continue to be doing well in Jesus' name. All our efforts are not just being seen, but they are being noted. And that is when we are doing something that people can reckon with. Then, irrespective of challenges and situations, we should be encouraged to do more. God will help us in Jesus' name. I want to appreciate the chairman and our father on the seat. I appreciate you all for this honor and for this privilege. There are many people who could have done it better, but it is a privilege that I am here with, and we are here together today. I do not know it all. It's an opportunity for us to rub minds together and to be able to chart a way forward for our profession. Now, we are all estate surveyors and valuers. The theme of today's lecture is so important. It's important because if, as estate surveyors and valuers, you will continue to be relevant in the scheme of things, then we need to know how to strengthen our practice. It's not just about repeating what we have been doing before. It's about doing it in the contemporary ways by which we can get results. You all agree with me that estate surveyors and valuers, we all claim to be land experts, we all claim to be land economists, and every other thing that we call ourselves. But the question is, we are in the midst of so many challenges. People competing and challenging our competence, challenging our ability to get things done. And that is why I can see that this MCPD will help you and I, will help us as a branch, and will help us as estate surveyors and valuers, as a profession, to position ourselves in a way that at the end of the day, the future generation will be able to say, yes, you have done well. And I believe that we will not all go without having something to take home. I'm trying to see whether or not we can project so that we can go along. But if that is not working, I think I can start immediately and go as we are. Is it still possible that we are projecting? Yes. So that people can follow what we are doing. I have a period of about 30 minutes, and by the grace of God, I believe I will be done. So within that period. Now, the topic is strengthening professional practice in urban development and land administration. Strengthening professional practice in urban development and land administration. Here, because we need to have a background. What is urban development? What is land administration? Bringing the two of them together, is there any nexus? Is there any connectivity between the two of them? And if they are there, what roles and functions are we to perform as estate surveyors and valuers? Perhaps you have been doing it before, because I'm mindful of the fact that many of our colleagues are in the ministry. Maybe this is what these are things they do on a daily basis. But can we still do it in a better way? Are we being seen as competent to do what we need to do? I think that those are the challenges that we have today. Please, let's go forward so that we can look at it. Well, I started this one to let us know that what we are custodians of something that is very important, and that is land. Everyone will know that everything happens on the platform of land. And that is why we claim to have it all. Because if we believe that the concept of land, as we always say that, oh, it is everything, the earth crust, whatever is on top and whatever is below, so is land, then effective use of these ones, so rest on us as estate surveyors and valuers. And that's why I've said that, well, look, if you look at it, it's so fundamental to any growth, to development, and to whatever we need to do. So land is not only just being used for commercial purpose. It supports so many activities: agriculture, housing, industry, infrastructure. You see, and this is even the focus of this present administration. And that's why we should count ourselves as being lucky to be part of this one. So please, let's move forward. So land is essential. Please, let's just know that. And as custodians of land, what do we need to do? There are two concepts that people normally, well, maybe we'll get there later. So when we now talk, because I'm trying to bring the topics together so that we can now look at what we need to do as estate surveyors and valuers. So to continue to be relevant and to continue to take that leading role that we are expected to do. Land management, well, it is believed that it is the process so by which, well, we manage the use of land and land resources. And if you manage it, a lot of things are there. Then what is urban development? Urban development also has to do with those activities, all those programs, whatever is required to make sure that life is good and better for the people. And that's what we are all talking about today. So, and when we are now saying, okay, land management for urban development will comprise that economic will grow, everything will function very well. Then there will be livable environment where people can live, where people enjoy their things, and everybody can make their living. So everything is coordinated by land. And bringing, because under urban development, so many things are brought together: land, labor, all those things that we bring together as accidental and necessary. So for urban development. So we are talking of how do we have sustainable urban development. So vis-a-vis or bringing land administration into effect so that, well, we can not only have jobs for our colleagues, but our relevance can continue to be seen. The built environment, I want us to know that we are a major stakeholder. While I believe that estate surveyors and valuers are not the only profession in the built environment. However, we coordinate a lot of things. A lot of things depend upon us if that built environment will continue to function efficiently. Please, let's move forward. Technical. So, I've now said that when you now look at these ones, the role of estate surveyors, that's what I'm trying to say now. We are trained. In the universities, maybe in those days, I don't know whether we still repeat it now. We are boast of calling ourselves jack of all trades and master of all. By virtue of training, efficient use of land. And I have told us land is not just what we see, it is everything on top and whatever is below, and everything, the land resources and everything, depends on us. And that is why the multi-disciplinary nature of our professions put us at an advantage over so many other people. And that is why our experts will influence the mode by which land is used. And that's what the society expects of us. And that's what we are saying. They are looking forward. They want to make things better. They have been doing it. Land, anybody could have said, okay, I am the owner of this land, I am using this and other thing. So, but because we are the acclaimed experts, so then many things depends on our experts. So to be able to influence the manner, the way by which things are done, land resources are used. So please, let's move today. Let's move forward. Let's move forward because of the time. So I now say, is there any nexus between urban development and land administration? Because I want you to also challenge your own mind that, okay, look, why? Is there any connection? Effective use, effective administration of land. Is there any connection between the two of them? Yes. So you will see that now, when you are talking of so many things, we are talking of cities, efficient functioning of cities. And that's why we are calling it urban. You know, by definitions, people will tell you that an urban area could be defined. So in a number of ways. Some people use the population of the place to say, okay, look, once you have a place and the population is more than 20,000, that's an urban area. Then others will also use, especially planners, maybe the economic base of the area, that an area that is not largely dependent on agriculture, that has so many other activities like commerce, and so many other things. So our urban area. But I want us to just go with the one that when we talk of this one, we are talking of cities. And that is why, even though there are rural estate surveyors, most of us are urban surveyors. Then, whatever we do with land now determines and how the city will function. It determines the extent to which cities will operate and will be able to deliver what cities are meant to do. Because cities are meant to do some things. So please, let's just have that mind as we go. So please, let's move forward. I am mindful of times, and I know I will go through this. So what is the nexus? That's what we are trying to say. So the connection is the fact that land has to be used, land has to be owned, land has to be managed. There are so many titles, because when we get to the front, you will now see a global sustainable perspective of land and vis-a-vis urban development. So we will see it. Because the way it is used now is a function of the ability to be able to capture a lot of things. Capture the title therein, efficient functioning of the land market. And if you talk of the land market, what are we saying? That is where we exchange interest, either for whatever reasons, for monetary gains, and some other things. So but that's the land market. All these must come together. But if they are not well captured, so we will see later, and managed, and get recorded. So which, of course, estate surveyors and valuers take the leading role. I have said that perhaps people will argue that we are not the only stakeholders. There are other people there. But then, some of these activities are either performed by us singly, or that we take the leading role and take the leading role in the way it's supposed to be done. Otherwise, the efficiency therein is lost. So please, let's move forward. So it is expected of us that our roles here will be well defined. And that's why when you look at, so please go to that chart. That is the global perspective. So of the nexus, that is the connection between, we call it global perspective of land administration and sustainable development. Here we can see that for there to be sustainable development, it's a function of so many things. It has the social dimension, so it has the economic dimensions, and it has so many other dimensions. But all these dimensions revolve on our efficient land market. Because once the land market is not efficient, maybe the way we are running it in the country, for those of us in academy, believe that efficiency of land is not achieved in a number of places or in a number of our cities. But efficient land market is so important. And this one depends on the land tenure and the land valuation. So what is the land tenure? That is the interest that anybody has. How one can use land, how one can manage it. That's just the belief, the systems. The land tenure is just the land holding systems, how you can use it, who can use it, and how it can be done. And land valuation. So all this one depends on depends on the land market, which impacts on sustainable development. That's the global perspective all over the world. And that is why the emphasis on land market. And that's why we must know what we are holding and what the society expects of us as individuals. So then, efficient land use management, and this is a function of the land use and the land developments. Everything comes together so to impact on the social, on the urban development. I hope you can understand that now. Because if you want to say, oh, this is an urban area, I want to have a sustained urban growth, then all this must come together. The social aspect must be impacted, the economic aspect must be impacted, the environment must be well done, and everything is a function of both the land market and the land use. And that's why I was trying to explain the way they are. So as we go ahead, so we'll get more. Please, let's move forward. Let's move forward. So I now say what is land management, because there are people confuse land management with land administration. Why they connect, but could there be any difference between them? And that's what we are trying to say here, like that. Once we are talking of this one, it's a system so that determines how land is used, how land is owned, who owns the systems. So we have a lot of things as to, oh, this is the policy of the government as to how you do it. And that is why we must understand closely as estate surveyors and valuers. We represent landowners. We advise as to the appropriate use of interest in land. And so then we must now be able to be there. And this is where our role matters so much. Now, for individuals as stakeholders in the market, for firms as a participant, and even for government. Because in every market, so we have those three sets of stakeholders and participants. We have individuals, we have firms, that's corporate organizations. So we represent them often. So ask them to buy, to sell, and to do all these ones. But what we are saying is that our roles is not just limited to what a common agent outside does. And that's why it took us through that global perspective that if it will function, efficient land valuation must be there. We will still look at some of those things, but I'm rushing because of our time. And in any land management, which is due, so a lot of things are there. So the objectives of any land management has this one, efficient land use, land utilizations, that land must be used so efficiently, equitable access to land. So irrespective of gender, irrespective of status, then environmental sustainability, that is preserving the environment and economic development, security of tenure, then good governance. In fact, this is one of the things that is now reigning now, and that's why people are now talking of land governance. So much more than just administering or managing land. So please, let's move forward. So that's land management. But, and I say, okay, look, what are the functions of this? The land administration has to do with ability to be capture. You know, we have said that in land management, what you do is, oh, who owns this land and other things. But you can only do that if they are well captured. If you are able to know who owns this land, who does not own these ones, what interest does this one have, what are the rights and privileges of individuals and other things. And that's what is done here, that they are captured and they are appropriately recorded for ease of administration. So please, let's move forward. I'm sure you will have access to this later, but I have just a very small period of time. So you see, in any land administration unit, maybe of government, a lot of things are done here. There's what some of the activities involves surveying. Another one involves land valuation, land registration, land use planning. And that's why I said, perhaps we don't do all, but we function in almost all of them, either directly or indirectly. Where we are not doing all of them, then we give the rules or the lead as to how to effectively do all this one. So these are all the things that are done under land administration. So please, let's move forward. So I hope people can follow as we are having this one. That's why I want us to have this. Now, we now say, okay, look, because the contemporary world where we are has gone beyond the use of traditional means of capturing information and other things. And that's why this is the important thing now is to have some of these ones well captured. technologically with the use of technologies. We have technological tools that help to be able to capture all these ones now. So these days we now talk of whether there's LIS or GIS. And here I try to look at, okay, how they apply. So what is the difference between the two of them? So that we can have a broad overview of what we do in the land administration and be able to see how we can function efficiently. So LIS and GIS. So please, let's move to the front. Because the way I want us to dwell so much, so we are still not there. So under the survey, so they have a lot of surveying that are carried out. We talk of cadastral survey. And the essence of that one is to establish, you see, property boundaries and precisions, and to be sure this is the one that has this one, this is the one, this is the extent of his land, this is what he has. So it facilitates ownership, documentation, and title registrations. We also talk of the fact that it supports land valuations, because before you can determine the value of place value on a land asset, it is important that you know the extent, and at least the extent, and be able to analyze the various interests within that one, so which will enable you to be able to say, okay, look, this is the interest that are prevalent in any land use. And it also helps to prevent and resolve boundary disputes where they exist. And so we must have the understanding and the ability to do this. So please, let's move forward. Now, so globally, I have now said that, well, this is the picture for all, it's called all for one and one for all. So perspective of land administration, land management, and urban development. Or how do they impact each other? And some of those ones are in the earlier one that I have done, but I have said, if you look at this one, so this is how to get it done. Please, let's move to the front. Let's move forward. Now, the core thing that we now want to talk about today, but this is where I want to dwell on a bit, is strengthening our professional practice. Strengthening. And when you strengthen something, it does not mean it has not been existing. It means we can make it better. It means we can do it in a better way. And we can make it much more impactful to individuals, to investors. Now we have global and institutional investors interested in land in Nigeria. So they want to see what would they gain and how would they gain from it. And that's why we are talking about these ones. So, but I am now trying to look at, okay, look, since we are talking of this, what normally should be our role? Ask yourself as an essay surveyor and valuer in driving sustainability using land administration. What is our role? Number one here, I say, well, for us to be able to do that, a number of things are expected. Number one, land use planning and feasibility. Land use planning and feasibility. There are some individuals or professionals that might try to think that, oh, they can come and be contesting this one with us. But we know by our training. So land use planning in terms of how should uses be organized, how should uses be made so that they will be competitive and they will not be conflicting. I hope you understand that there are conflicting land uses. And all these are planned before we go on to be using them. So that's why I want us to understand that there is a need. We have a role here. So, and this is where we need to advise our clients, advise government. Government wants to come up and say, we want to have a housing estate, we want to do this. Then, what is our role therein? The role of the essence of is to be able to help them for efficient planning of uses, of land uses. And for proper feasibility, we should be able to advise as to the practicability of whatever the project that is intended. Is it practicable? Or could it be done? And should it be done? So we have to look at that. Then we also have roles in valuing sustainability. In fact, this is the age where we are now that we need to understand there are sustainable features that we have not been experiencing that we have not been used to in those days. There are features, now we talk of green buildings and so many other things, valuation of the environment. So then we need to have knowledge. And these are things we should do. But the question is whether we now have the competence to do them or not. So, and that's why we said, a role that we can play as estate surveyors and valuer in sustainability is to be able to develop and apply appropriate methodologies. There are valuation methodologies to value sustainability, apart from just the carcass, just the brick and mortar. Many of us are used to that. Oh, we just use cost method of valuation and we say, okay, this property worth this. But the era we are now requires that we should do more than that, and that's what we are trying to do. That we should be able to look at it, value issues that have to do with renewable energy installations, sustainable materials, and the green features all along. Then we also have in sustainability the role for urban regeneration and brownfield developments. There are brownfield developments. Brownfield developments, these are areas that were maybe in the past were used, in other industrial sites that are destroyed, that are no longer functioning because the environment has been destroyed and they are not made better. So we have a role there, advisory, though it is. So we should have the areas that are contaminated, remediations cost, and we'll be able to look at viability of redeveloping brownfield. So brownfield, there are greenfield, there are areas that are ripe for development, but the brownfields are those areas and those places that are already contaminated, and they are there lying fallow, assets that are not being tapped. So they are waiting for us to be able to help. Government is waiting for us, and until we tell them how to do it, they might not be able to do it. Until the individuals, investors are there, they want to see how we can do that. So, and they are waiting to hear from us. So please move forward. So that's our roles here now. Another role that we have to do is risk assessment and management. Risk. Estate surveyors and valuers, I'm challenging us. We must be able to understand for everything that we do, especially project and every other thing, has an element of uncertainties and risks. So then, another investor does not know the risks that are available. There could be risks like market risks and so many other things. So for us to be able to have a sustainable environment, they are all waiting for us. So we need to understand that. And we can play that role by being involved in risk assessment and management. Then advocacy and policy. Our institution, I think, have been doing this, but we can still do more. At the national level, we are doing it. At the state level, we are doing it. But advocacy is to let them know what to do. Government officials, mostly they are, let's say our leaders, they are politicians. They are not trained, but it's our responsibility to be able to let them know what is the financial implication, what is the physical instrument that need to be done, areas that need to be valued. You see, now, a major aspect of our job in terms of rating is gradually being taken away from us. So it's our responsibility to let them know. Then we also have roles of estate surveyor and valuer in fair compensation. Compensation is another area where we have so many challenges. Everybody claims to be able to assess and be able to give value for compensation. Lawyers are not even far away from us. This is where land is acquired, especially when government exercises maybe her power of eminent domain and compulsory acquire people. I saw some when we were coming around that some of the areas are acquired or they are under government acquisitions. So what do we need to do? So how would the people be fairly compensated? How would project-affected individuals not be unnecessarily cheated? So they are waiting for us, and these are the areas we need to ensure that will function very well, especially in order to for economic impact and to achieve social equity. Government does whatever they like at times, even with impunity, they don't care. But we have a role to play. Please, let's move forward. We have a role to play here to ensure that there, in terms of compensations, there is equity. So we have a role to play in compulsory acquisitions and resettlement. You know, resettlement is an option where government feels, why do we need to pay money if we can just give or take maybe people that are dispossessed of their land to another place so they can try to resettle them. Nobody does that, but state surveyors and blah, blah. So these are roles where we can play in there. And what roles we need to be able to determine the value, how much we do it. And even if government is acquiring another place, so how would they go about that? So those are all the things we want to do. We have roles to play in transparency. I call it transparency and dispute avoidance. There is always a ready-made example that normally comes to mind when we are talking of compensation. That's Ajoda Newton in Ibadan. The project has been on maybe since more than 2-3 decades ago. But I'm not too sure that it's fully completed today because of dispute here and there, inadequacy of compensation, and so many other things that are not taken care of. We are trained to be able to come up with adequacy or adequate valuation, adequate compensation for anybody who is dispossessed of his land or affected by projects. So, settling of disputes, we have a role to play therein. Then we also have, there are the vulnerable ones, the vulnerable groups. These are the ones that nobody cares for, but they are waiting for us. We have a role in order to be able to make sure they are protected. So we should care for them in the course of compensation. There are people that are always being neglected. Then, market monitoring and speculations. I agree that many of us make money from speculations, but we should know that market is not always induced by estate surveyors and valuer. Market should be, especially market value or fair market value, should result from interactions of demand and supply. So where the two of them meet, that's where you say, okay, look, their transactions should take place. So we are trained to do that, and that's our role. Then, ethics. That's where we need to pull ourselves and try to do more. This is what gives the perceptions, public perceptions of whatever we are doing. And that's why we cannot afford to do it just the way any other person does it. Ethics. Ethics has to do with the standards, the manner, the better way of doing that. That's what we are talking of best practice. How can we do it in a way that is fair, in a standard way? So there are other professions that are looking up onto us. So our respect can be sustained if only we will make sure to ensure that we uphold our ethics and follow our code of conduct, of practice in our day-to-day activities. So please move forward. So we need to uphold that. So in compensation. And some people see money and they misbehave, but we need to do more than that. Well, why have we not been doing maybe what we need to do, or perhaps that it seems so we have not really been up there. So we are the society expects us to do. And these are the things I call challenges. These are the challenges to maybe effective participation of estate surveyors and valuers. We all know, we have been clamoring that there is data security, scarcity. Because most of the things we do, we have to conduct research. You have to be able to get data. So even if you are using comparables, what are you looking for? You are looking for data. So which will apply to the present situation. But because we don't have the data bank, so an estate surveyor and valuer, so might just decide to say, okay, let me just use whatever we are doing. So, and the challenge is for us to start to be building good data, and that the institutions should help all the more. But we know, or for now, So we can still do more, even though the institution is trying now to see how they can help us to develop a data bank. But we need to do it. So a major challenge is this. Then we also have this weak regulatory framework. You know, by the time somebody has passed through, maybe the professional cadre is elected, is satisfied by ESFA-born, we all claim that we all have the know-how to do it in terms of competence, or that is the expectation anyway, that once you have your seal and stamp, you are expected to be competent to do this. But this is not in all situations. And that is why we should not deceive ourselves. Where we need to acquire more knowledge, please, let's do that. Where we need to upgrade our knowledge, we will still get there, so let's do that. I'm running there. So we need to develop our capacity, capacity and competence. Because currently there is competence and capacity gap. It's not everybody who can do it. There are people, unfortunately, many of our very senior and experienced ones are leaving us. Maybe not training the younger ones. I don't know. You know better because you are there. Or maybe the younger ones are not waiting to be trained enough before we start. But we must not deceive ourselves that where there is a gap, there will always be a problem. And where there is a problem, you know, the profession will always suffer for it. So we need to look at that. Then we also need to know that we have the problem of ethical pressure and corruptions. Situation of things all over now puts pressure on individuals. People can do anything. Everybody wants to have money. You are looking for money. Give a young man maybe 2 million naira now. He can decide to change a figure of 5 million naira to 10 million naira. This is a problem. But this is not expect of us as professionals. So that's why we need to go to ethical recognition and integration. So because ethics, I am aware that you cannot be made or satisfied with RYCS if you don't pass through the ethics. Ethics, in fact, takes the larger proportion of their own expectation because they will represent that body. You and I represent the institution, we represent NIGERIAN, we represent our professional body, and even the expert bond that launches us. So we must be ready, but not everyone. So we still have cases of people that are unethical, and when there are corruptions, when there are pressures, so then these are why we are not getting to where we are doing. Then in some instances, we have limited recognition and integrations. I belong to a committee that it took us time before we can say, okay, look, once it comes to the land administration, it should be the work of the estate surveyors and valuer. Because the planners that were there before, so said they will plan, they will allocate, and they will do all these ones. But so we not know, that's why we talk of advocacy. I think that, and we will still talk about that we need more to let people know what our roles are, what we stand for. It's not just about agency, but we can still do more. There are many areas where our relevance can be inserted and made better of. So then, technological disruption is another problem. No technology these days. Now, things have gone beyond, I just want to go there and do it. So, and if you are an estate surveyor and valuer who has graduated about 10 years ago and who has refused to go and upgrade himself, you know, that will always be challenged because the truth is many of us that have graduated in those days, maybe those tools were not there. So now bringing about problems. So, but that's not a problem. The younger ones are there to help us. So where we believe that we are deficient here now, we can always bring in a younger surveyor that will help us, who is versatile with some of these ones. But technology has come to stay, so whether anyone likes it or not, so we must embrace it. And there's nothing we can do to take it away. Maybe more will still be coming. Please, let's move forward. So these are why some of us have not been functioning efficiently in some of these ones, in some of these areas. So what do we need to do to strengthen? Because the important thing is we now need to strengthen our practice. That's the emphasis for today. So maybe we have been functioning there before now, or we have been doing it before. But what do we need to do? The professional body, I said there is a need to develop, and do what? So CPD, we must always do, just like what we are doing. And that's why I said I commend our leaders at the state level and also at the national level, trying to help us so that we can be conversant with contemporary ways of thinking and practice. Because we can't be thinking the way they are thinking in the 80s, and you say you want to get the result for the present generation. It doesn't work that way. So we must think in a new way. We must think, our thinking must be broad. And some of this one, because some of the us has led universities, so we can gain more by the fact that the institution help us. Of course, it's already now a requirement that some of us must have these ones, so which is what we need to sustain. Then the professional body must also update and strengthen our code of conduct. The code of conduct is there, but the question is whether or not, so all of us, so obey it or we play by the rules. I always tell when I teach my students that this is the Bible and the Quran of estate management, because that's the code of conduct. This is what tells you what you should do and what you should not do. So nothing else must change that. Not even when you are under the influence of people. We talk of clients' influence, clients coming and say, please, if you can achieve this value for me, I will give you this money. That's clients' influence. But we need to be ready and we must be there. So the professional body must make it clear. It must be explicit. And especially it must form part of our admission. So criteria. So for becoming professional members. Now you see anybody who, in fact, the way we do it now, after school, secondary school, another 2 years, many people are becoming estate surveyors and valuer. Have you seen also? Without, so you don't know. Let me explain to you. With school SAT, the way we run it currently now, school SAT holders are brought into foundation. So he or she does foundation exams in May. In June, he does PQ1. He passed. That's 1 year. The following year, he does PQ2 in May. By June or by November, PQ3 and PPE. 2 years. So 1 year after, he becomes an estate surveyor and valuer. And that's what many of us have spent 5, 8 years to go and learn in the university. So, but what we are trying to do is the fact that we need to update and really examine what we are doing, whether it pays off or not, and be able to do it very well. Then the professional body also need to advocate for legislative reforms. There are some of our laws that are, especially the compensation law. You know, we say it is statutory. Statutory because the statute or the law has told us what the basis of valuation should be. And in many cases, we believe that we are helpless. That's what we say. Because the law says, well, look, there's no compensation for land. When you are, the only thing that is given for land is a refund of the grant rent. No, the grant rent that is paid, that year of acquisition. That's what the law makes provision for. For how long shall we continue with that? So the professional body needs to do whatever it is to make sure that some of these laws are repealed and there is a reform in the systems. Then, another thing that is required of us as a professional body is to promote research and development. You see, nothing new comes with ease. We need to get there and see how they are doing it. I was in a gathering when somebody said, what do they do in the universities or in the polytechnic? That's a leader of the profession, believing that there is nothing there. But however, the only thing we can use to tell them that day was that, well, look, whatever you do, your practice evolves from your knowledge. So if you don't have the knowledge, what are you practicing? And so we cannot say, okay, we disconnect ourselves completely from academics just because we are making money outside. So there should be that synergy where we say, okay, look, what new things are they that are found in the universities or that have been discovered that we can bring to practice and make things better. We are gradually going to the end. So please move. So that's why I said, well, the professional body needs to do that if we will strengthen our practice. Please move forward. Then I now say, well, for government, I have said some of these ones. The government has a role to play. I said the academia also has to, that's the people in the universities and the polytechnic. Because there are so many things that are now new. And maybe that's why some people have the impression that, oh, nothing is happening in the every towers. It might not be entirely so. New things are coming on board. Now we are talking of prop tech, we are talking of financial technology, and so many other things. So now we are talking of blockchain technology, and some of these things are relevant. The use of virtual technology, virtual realities, many of them are already being adopted. So if you don't make research to do that, so then we will not do that. So the recommendation here is that, look, at the platform of the academians, the curriculum of essay management must be reviewed and made robust so that some of these new things are there. I know people try in their way, especially based on maybe the available curriculum and other things, to introduce students. So, or to introduce will-be essay surveyors into new things that they will come across. So now, but now we are talking of valuation model, automatic AV, and so many other things. So they are all things that we need to embrace. And we don't do research, we will not know what is happening. So all these things have to be included and introduced into our curriculum. So the government needs to create the enabling environment and make the necessary law that will help us. The one that is now left for us, that should be the last one. Please move on. That's for you and I as practitioners. Technical, please go there. So I now say for those of us that are practicing, what do we need to do if our roles in land administration and sustainable development will be strengthened? And when we are talking of strengthening, I've said it, is that we can do it better. We can make our relevance much more seen. Then we can change the perspective that, oh, where are they? Because we created that by just believing that, oh, everything can hurry, everything goes. And people find it difficult to be able to differentiate between us and people outside there. So we have roles and we have a lot of things to do. I said we need to strengthen our ethical and technical standards. This is a matter of the individual decisions. We have said that the board or the institution should say, okay, these are the code of conduct, these are the ethics and other things. But obeying them, complying, is now for us all to all agree that this thing must be done. It is not entirely that the laws are not there or that the rules or the codes are not there. But we must be ready, make up our mind that we practice by the rule. So then I said reformed land has to, so we have to make sure that the land laws are reformed, and as they are reformed, that you obey them, we go by them. So that's also for us. Then I've said this, that as practitioners, we must all invest in technology. Firstly, to acquire them. Some of them might take some cost out of us. But, you see, the cost might just be once. And once we have that, you continue to use them. So we need to invest in some of these technological tools. So that when you want to practice, especially you want to operate under the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, you have to operate just the way accountants will operate. The accountants are talking of fintech as an essence of value. You don't know what that one is, or you don't have the tools to do that. So that will not be too good for us. So we need to invest largely in that. Then we also need I have talked of valuations, technology. I said we should advocate participatory valuation process. So what does that mean? It's not just about the way they have been doing it before. And I've always said, I know the institution wants us to have competencies, maybe about 3 or 4 areas. But it is not out of place that individual will get a job or you get an instruction. So in an area that you don't have competencies. So why not bring people together, get it done? So these are things we need to do as individuals, practitioners, so that our roles can be strengthened. Please move forward. So I want to conclude, and this is the conclusion, that even though we have the technical competence, we have the knowledge, so we are trained to have the skill. You know, the application of the skill depends largely on us. Our role is so that it's indispensable. Nobody, if we are doing it well, nobody can push us away. So if the built environment will continue to function efficiently, our role is so critical. So the role of estate surveyors are valuable. I said it's just beyond transactional act evaluations that I just carry out this one. No. We now have a lot of consulting. We have a lot of consultancy services, advisory roles, many of these ones that will enhance social justice, that will enhance equity, equal access to land resources, and that will help in terms of good governance and economic growth and urban development. So all these roles are so crucial. But doing it requires that we must understand how it is done. We must upgrade our knowledge. We must be willing to practice ethically. And we must have the infrastructure that will enable us to be able to practice in the contemporary world. So these are the challenges for us and us. So we are supposed to be key agents of change in the society. And we should be drivers of economic development and urban development. And that is why we are here today. So please, as we go out of here, let's challenge ourselves that what do I need to do? And how do I do it better? So that the professional body and the profession can remain relevant in the scheme of things. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, Professor Oladoku. Prof has said a lot of things that are mind-changing. I said a lot of things that are mind-probing. I'm sure that you and I will have 1 or 2 things to ask him. Let us prepare our mind, and peradventure we might maybe forget. I will implore us to probably put it down because we want to have some slight change in the program. Right about now, we are actually going to call on the second speaker to come up with his presentation, and thereafter we can take up all the questions collectively. We would like to call on ESV Dr. Olutokpaige for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocol duly observed. But then I must appreciate the branch chairman and, of course, the MCPD committee and the chairman. I really appreciate this privilege. Just as Prof said, there would have been many people who could do this better, but you deem it fit that I will be able to do justice to this. And I believe, God helping me, I will be able to do that. I want to greet every one of us, our elders, noble colleagues. You are welcome. Please, the technical, I'm just trying to use this to let you put the slide there. I want to believe this season and time is a period we really need to reflect on our practice and on the way we do things. Probably has said a lot. We continue to do things the same way we do it. Then we continue to have the same results. And then I believe if we are talking of sustainability might not really be achieved. Of course, this afternoon I've been asked to talk on tackling emerging challenges in land management. There are a lot of them. But of course, we want to look at combating land grabbing, quackery. There are two demons that if care is not taken, it's going to eat in deep into our profession, and of course, it's dangerous. Of course, upholding our professional standards. What are the things we may need to do differently so that we'll be able to tackle these two demons? Recently, I think I saw flyers moving around that there will be protests and that agents are to be protested against. If care is not taken, you'll be in your office one day, people, I pray it would happen. So please, can you move to the next slide? These are some of the things which we are going to consider within the few minutes. But in the next 2 minutes, there is a clip I quickly want us to watch to give us just an insight into this demon of land grabbing. Can you please put it on? Just a few minutes. Please, the volume, just to have the background. There is a hand there, and that is the hand grabbing the land. All right, that will be all. But I want us to know this, that, of course, if care is not taken, a whole community can actually be wiped out. And if care is not taken, the issue of land grabbing can make a lot of people to cry. And of course, the next is to look at how did we get here? What is the problem? We have all the machinery in place. We have the laws. Yes, we are still in this century. And I want us to know the issue of land grabbing, quackery, and all the rest is not peculiar to us as a nation. But of course, it's actually all over Africa. I try to do the statistics. I see that it's even much more. Some of sub-Saharan Africa than even African countries than Nigeria. Time will not allow and will not be able to put such data here. But first, let's see how it all started. Let's go back to the memory lane, considering the colonial era. They have come. They don't know how to do things. They have come with the administration of lands. And of course, they have put in place systems of how it should be done. Of course, what is involved during their period and what would make their operation easier. But the funniest thing or the most, please still maintain that pace. Once I want you to move, I will give you hand to do that. We see that the practice decades after they have left us and we had our independence, we are still running the same system. You agree with me if you look at some of our land administration systems, and you see that it is still, bulk of what we still do is what we still do when the colonial masters, when they were here in the course of their period. And the result of this is most of our activities are still paper-based. Don't mention the other time that we need to go technology. We must do things differently. There are things that could be done on the issue of land administration that would enhance the processes. And of course, we are still talking of analog registry. We are still talking of paper-based activities. Recently, I went for a test in the town. It's just a little bit digression, but I'm going somewhere. And when we met the doctor, we had the first test. He said, this one is like black and white. He said, we need to go and carry out another test. And of course, we had that test. He said, it's just like when you put black and white and color TV. That's what you are going to see in the color. You will see better than what we will see. And of course, in the black and white. And of course, when we had the two tests, and he said 30 years ago, the West passed down the black and white to us here. And that is why we are still using it. And he confirmed to us that it is only one hospital in the whole of Ondo that had that particular machine that did that test. And that is where we are in the area of land management. And I ask myself, what is wrong with us? Or maybe who do us like this? Can you please still put it there? The technical, please, it will guide me and enable me to move fast. So I won't talk out of context. And of course, this has led to operational inefficiencies. Number of inefficiencies in our operation, because there are no real data, no real time information. Like I can just say you need an information like this and you have it. Lots of records. As some of our colleagues in the land administrative system, of course, they will confirm. If we want to be sincere, we are within ourselves, let's speak the truth. There are a lot of manipulations and there are a lot of duplicated claims all around. Both of our cadastral systems in terms of mapping, see that a lot of our mapping, they are still paper-based. And yet, just like Prof said, we are talking of NIS, we are talking of GIS, we are talking of blockchain. And that's where the world is. I ask myself again, who do us like this? Alright. When we have all of this, the world is evolving. Urbanization keeps moving. And then we have a number of problems to contest with. Yes, the land administration system is there. They have all of this to contest with. And that is why all these loopholes that we are having sets pace or gap for or a kind of enabling environment for land grabbing to actually thrive and of course cooperate. But there are no effective system to really guide the operation. And don't forget process. we are custodians of lands. We are gatekeepers of lands. Yet, we are having these challenges. Take Ondo State, for instance, as a point of our content this afternoon. Just as I mentioned, there are a lot of very urban areas. There are urban expansion everywhere, and there is no record to keep track. Yet we are talking about sustainable development, just as we mentioned in the first lecture. Can you move now to the second slide? Yes. We want to look at some of the challenges we have. I've mentioned some of them. The outcome of some of the things I earlier mentioned is we have inadequate and incomplete land records. I've mentioned that, and I wouldn't want to repeat myself. The analog documentation and paper-based delay in title registration. As our colleagues in the system now within our land administration system in Ondo State, they tell you what is the true situation. If you want to be sincere, I'm not sure the business is as usual the way it should be. A number of backlog of files, a number of backlog of applications on sub. Things that can actually be done in real time. And of course, if you want to, because when we are talking of land management itself is all encompassing. And talk of a number of cadastral mapping, backlogs of them also. And of course, this has also given room to manipulation of records, because nothing is actually tracking it. And loss of records, of course, when there is loss and we have to protect ourselves, there will need for manipulation. Now let's look at urbanization and land conflicts as a challenge. Cross the other times, we have competing land uses that are competing. Yet, if we don't have a system that is actually doing the planning in terms of land management, we are going to continue to have issues. I've mentioned the other time, very urban expansion, and because of the loopholes we have, still talking of urbanization and land conflicts, we have informal and unplanned development. Because if we refer back to the first lecture, we want to really achieve sustainable urban development. Then our land management system has to be efficient and effective. How about boundary disputes? I know our colleagues also in the Ministry of Lands would know the number of boundary disputes they contend with. And of course, that is all over the nations. And I pitied our professionals in the legal system, of course, because they have both of this to contend with. Inadequate development control, all of these as a result of inefficiency we are having in our land management. Now, another area of challenges is in the area of institutional and regulatory gaps. We have a number of agencies trying to do things the same thing, and so there are no even synergy between them to do things right. Of course, there are situations where professionals that are supposed to be in place are not there. Of course, all of these loopholes, just as I've said, have given room to the issues we are considering this afternoon. Can you please move? Please, you are still, please. All right. Now let's look at land grabbing in Ondo State. Try to look at it or consider it in the area of land management as land grabbing as a concept. But I still want to refer us back. Let's look at three key things: land governance, land management, and land administration. Oftentimes, these three are used interchangeably. But there are things we can actually explore in this theory as professionals. And when you look at I won't be giving the meaning fully, but I just want to give an illustration that the land governance aspect of it is just like each to the land use act. And then we have a machinery in a place that is actually setting the rules, setting the policies, and setting how land should be used. And then when we are talking of the land management, Prof said the other time, of course, land management is broad. And we are talking about the framework of planning and, of course, of how land will be used or land resources will be managed. And we have a number of them. Housing is part of it. And so when we talk about the land administration sits in between the land governance and the land management. Because the land administration is actually the machinery that is actually making sure that what the land governance are, the laws, the rules, the processes, the policies that are being made are implemented. And that is why the aspect of land administration, you'll be talking of land records, land registration, land titling, and of course, information on lands. All of these are within that fold. And so as professionals, maybe I will be pointing some of the things we could do and do differently. Of course, we need to romance the politicians. If they are the hems of affair in the land governance, and just as Prof said, we want to make legislations. If we are not there, how many estate surveyors and valuers do we have there, up there? Okay, we have them as friends. Do we explore this? These are some of the areas we need to look at. And of course, in the area of the land administration, we have our colleagues in the system. Prof asked us the other time, the regulations are there, but are we actually upholding it? There is this saying that example is better than precepts. That is, if we live by example, it's much more better than saying this is the law. This is the law. Colleagues in the Ministry of Lands, I want to challenge you that let's do things right. Let's do things right. At least we know people at the ends of affair, there are limits, but things that we can actually do right, we can do them right. I will still get to where I will challenge us as practitioners outside. And so when we look at land grabbing, we saw the short clips that we watched the other time. We see crime. We see a number of devastation in that particular community that was shown to us. But when we look at land grabbing itself, well, unlawful, coercive, deceptive acquisition of land rights, exploiting weak administration system, just as I mentioned, it's because we have weak land administration system, poor record keeping, and inadequate dispute resolution to dispossess rightful landholders. And because of this, we found ourselves in land grabbing. Well, land grabbing have different forms with which it takes. In Yoruba, ajagungbale, land grabbing. And then we have them as, or the homoniles, the one that is common with us. And so they manifest in different ways, like multiple sales. There's multiple sales of land. I had similar experience to this. We bought a land. It's a brother, it's a professional. Not sure he's seated here this afternoon. We bought that land. I don't know, I just have that instinct. I said, this land, let's sell this land, let's dispossess, go and get land in another place. He consented to my advice, and we approached the person that sold the land. You sold this land to us, please dispose of the land. We gave the family receipts and all that were given to us. And of course, after some times, somebody just called their colleagues and said, ilẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ rà yẹn àmì ilẹ̀ yẹn mo rí orúkọ yín lórí pílà tó wà ń bẹ̀ lórí four corner ilẹ̀ mi ni o. We bought this land from the fellow who sold to us as had actually disposed of the land. So please go and contact the fellow. And fortunately, it was that fellow who sold the land to. So I don't know the rest of the story. Anyway, so it happens. Multiple sales. We have forced occupation, unlawful takeover, especially in just developing areas. It happens to, I had similar experience also around Ilere area. And of course, what happened is to a staff in Futa. A staff bought a land, a family land. She sold her own portion to a staff in Futa. And of course, that fellow did not develop on time. When she was ready to develop, there is a kind of miracle there. Something has grown up there. And then there is issue. So forced occupation. And then when we are talking about forced occupation, it's not limited to private practice, to our governments. Let's be sincere. It happens. And I told you, even in sub-Saharan African countries, I saw so many. Why? In the course of, you see governments and even foreigners taking over lands. It happens in the north, even in Nigeria here, because we are not just talking of Ondo State, we are talking about contemporary issues now. So, forced occupation. Customary manipulations also. There are a lot of manipulations. I see another trend in Akure. I don't know if it is in the whole of Ondo State, and I don't know if you had actually took notice of that. I see a family disposing of lands. And after some times, another part of the family will come and say, we have gone to the court, we have won. It happened somewhere in Aule environment. And I was privy to that. And then they called some talks one afternoon to just chase people out of their community. And people were running scatter. And it's devastating. It's devastating. So we have a number of customary manipulations going here and there. And I'm also a victim of that also. It happens. We got a land and we are seeing courts now. And I think around 2014 or thereabouts, we got the land. The person told us, we can confirm that she's a member of the family, and we even know the signatories. Their father who used to sign is dead. And we got that land and we confirmed it. After some times, maybe they sold some section of the land that belongs to the elder brother. And then we started hearing the story of the family. And before you know it, we were called, summoned, and then we saw the court papers that we should appear in court. And of course, you can see a number of times when they call me that there is court sitting. Most of the time, it used to be either Tuesday or Monday when I will have lectures. You can begin to see the devastating effects of all of these issues. And now it can really be so bad. And of course, we are seeing courts. In fact, the last sitting was when Ondo State government declared holiday. I think on a Monday. I say, okay, and so at least we were relieved. So customary manipulations here and there. Documentary forgery. Now, the part of the story is, she never told us somebody already acquired the land, which ought to have been part of the title, getting the receipt, which the original owner, signatory to that land, signed. When the issue came, we said, but you sold this land, we know. And she started saying, I turned it, I hit it in my mouth, things that are funny. While I was relocating from my house to another, it means different stories. And that is the way all these documentary forgery in several ways. Speculative acquisition. Thanks, Prof mentioned it that if we are talking of speculation, well, There are no laws that say we should not be speculative. But, of course, it also has roles to play when we are talking about land grabbing. Forced dispossession, we have seen places. I have another example too, along Ondo Road. I think it's on lintel level. The brother sold the land to this brother of mine. And, of course, the elder brother came and said, this land is my land. And then the brother said, because I needed money. Then where is our money? No, the money cannot be provided. The land again, he said he needs to vacate the land up to little level. And then, I don't know how far about the court, because it's been a longer time that we discussed. Public interest pretense. I mentioned this. There are situations where the people at the ends of our fear, we have cases pretending as if to help people in community, the vulnerable people, and then in that context, their land are grabbed. Let's move to the next slide, please. All right, these are just notable land grabbing cases in 2020, between 2024 and 2026. For instance, Owode Onirin, Lagos, in Enugu, Akugo in Enugu, Orile Lawo in Ogun, Obafemi Ogun, River State Asset, Fubara Admin versus former officials. These are some of the things I said under the public pretext. These are some of the things that we have. We have also in Abuja, Godwin Emefiele case. I believe we all know that. Ondo State, we have various of these syndicates in Ondo State, and that is why our government has geared towards having the land grabbing, anti-land grabbing law. And of course, in Taraba State. Please move. Yeah. What is the consequence of land grabbing? And then, or what are the consequences of land grabbing? And what are the legislative response in Ondo State? Where we have a number of land-related litigation. I told you I'm even a victim of one. Compromised property rights and prolonged court cases since around 2014, I told you, and we are seeing courts. Disincentive for local and foreign real estate investment. Of course, this will not encourage foreign investors. If we are clamoring that we want our society, our country to be developed, I guess we have an issue to tackle. Market distortions, Prof mentioned this, and distorted urban growth patterns. I won't say much on this because I've mentioned informal development previously. Social tension and eroded community trust in governance is another area. Increased transaction costs. Something is trending in Ondo State too that I've noticed. The rate at which land prices or values are being heightened. I'm not sure it is natural. And there is issue as professionals. All right. Legislative and professional response. Yes, we know Ondo State has done it. I said the other time, I said I was going to challenge us as professionals. Yes, we need to deal with these people. Of course, they even have lands in their custody more than us, or properties more than us. But then, we must do things right. We must do things right. I've had occasions that are related with them and they say, let us load it. I say, I don't load though. Say, pastor. I said, yes, I'm a pastor. I'm not an ordained pastor, but I see our professions as a calling. And then if we see it as a calling, then we must begin to see how to do things right. I've seen cases where I took them with my vehicle, and then they will still be saying I should come and pay 1,000, come and pay 10,000. When I bought fuel, rough road, long distance, and even the client is even before we reach there already telling me that I don't like this place. I said, let's get there first. And you are still saying I should come and pay 10,000. If we as professionals are doing the same thing, then we are not upholding our ethics that we are talking about. And I think this is a challenge to us. Of course, the economy is bad. Of course, we want to make it. But I think I challenge us as young surveyors, young valuers, let's do things right. We'll get there. We'll make it. I know our elders started somewhere. They started somewhere. But if we look at their lives today, I want to see it. I'm not sure any one of them is wretched. Because I'm not sure any one of them will do this that I've mentioned. But I know it's a call to us. We will hit. But of course, let's do things right. God helping us. Enhanced development control. If our legislation and all of these laws that are in place, if they are well, just as mentioned by Prof, our physical planning, our development will be strengthened. Elevated professional role. I think another challenge to us is that this afternoon we must see the issue of land transaction beyond facilitating land process. We must see it as risk management. Prof mentioned it, that we should begin to see risk management in our practice. I think land transaction is one of it. It's beyond facilitating land, collecting my agency. I think it goes beyond that. And I challenge also due diligence to save our clients. Knowing fully well that some of them are risk averse. Some of them will develop BP. I told us it's a calling, it's a profession. And we are pastors in our professions. So, or allergies, because I can see afar there. Allergies and imams. Don't look elsewhere now. I'm talking to you. We are imams, afars. Of course, when we look at even the religious system, it opposes all of these things we are talking about. So why can't we practice it? Even the traditionalists, my prof is here. Ifa okay, she bitter, abi? So Ifa will never take things that belong to another person. So we must begin to do things right. Professional duty expansion I've mentioned. Let's get it right. Let's see it as risk management. We see it as risk management, and then we'll be able to do the needful. Please, can we move to the next slide? Yes. Quackery in nested surveying and valuation practice. This is the second leg of the land grabbing in today's lecture in tackling land management challenges. Remember, we want to combat quackery as well. Because of all the loopholes that we have mentioned earlier, quackery is also another demon. And of course, we know what quackery is. We call it, is it charlatans or as another? And then we see it that even the issue of quackery is not about all the roadside agents. It's even about allied professionals eating deep into our professions. And it still boils down to getting things right from the land governance that we started with. Romancing governments in their policies, being involved. Because if we look at some practices, for instance, I related with somebody in South Africa, and he told me that even if you know the landlord and you want to do any transaction, you have to go to surveyors and valuers. I don't know what they call their own in the country, but you have to go to them and do the needful. So it boils down from the land governance. If we get the land governance right, because the land governance is the one setting the policies, setting the regulations and the rules, and how land should be used. So if we have this in place, I think this is one of the keynotes today that we need to take home. Let's get it right. From the land governance, we have the law. Are the law efficient? The Land Use Act that we say is the Bible and guiding our operations in relation to land. I think it is high time we look at it so that this will be put in place. Public ignorance are one of the things that is causing quackery. Weak enforcement, economic pressures. Because some of our clients, they want cheap transactions. And of course, they want to opt for unqualified services. And of course, we have blood professional lines. Just as I mentioned, I've seen different times people calling me and say they want to do the work of quantity surveyors. the way they will say it as if they want to do valuation. I call colleagues, come and do it. If he gives me envelope after, thank you. If he doesn't, but at least I will not say I can do what I cannot do. I think there's a way we need to do. Prof mentioned the other time, he said we need to do R&D, research and development. Research, I think we should look inward. What can we do? Can we lessen this breach? If it could happen in some countries, can we make cases? Can we look at countries and how it is being done? Can we replicate it? Can we romance our government? Can we be part of the policies? These are some of the questions we need to answer. Please, can you move? Yes. Consequences of quackery? Yes. It will get to a time, if care is not taken, and we continue to move on this trend without taking technology into place, I'm afraid it will get to a point where our valuation will not be relevant, because values all around in the town now get to this 70 million, and you ask yourself, 70 million this, you yourself you know, but because you want your pocket to be loaded. But of course, we are talking of professionals. We are talking of our professions, and we are talking of sustainability. Beyond now, what happens when you are no longer here and the people coming behind? Will this still be sustainable in the next 10, 15, 20 years? We must look at this. Incompetency, assembled, transaction, and financial loss. Investment decisions also are being compromised if we have all of these flaws of quackery. Vulnerability to litigations, inadequate property guidance on legal tax obligations. On the profession side, our reputation will be damaged. Remember what I mentioned the other time when they said they want to do protests. Some of them did not even know the difference between all those roadside agents and some of us who are professionals. Maybe they would have entered our office and said, this is one of them. So we must do things right. We must do things right. Weaken professional identity in land governance. I think if there is any area as professional, if I ask myself, are you a politician? No. But your role, are you performing it? Yes. When it is time, at least to do election. But some of us who are politically inclined, I think it shouldn't be business as usual, as what we want to come to our pocket, but how we can see issues relating to our professions, and how it can be embedded in land governance policies, and we enhance our profession. Diminished influence in policy, urban development debates. This is another issue that is on the line now. Erosion of trust in valuation. I mentioned that. On land market, Prof also mentioned this on the issue of interaction of demand and supply. Yes, we have corrupted property markets through inaccurate valuations. Yes, we have facilitation of land grabbing and fraudulent transactions. Just as I've said, ethics, let's do things right. Regulatory non-observance becoming normalized because our regulation is there. Prof mentioned that too. But they are not being upheld. They are not being kept the way it should be. And so there are issues. Then complicated land administration and dispute management. These are some of the issues of consequences of quackery on land market. Can you please move? All right, professional standards. Let's look at us as professionals. And let's look at these three pillars. One thing we must know is that as professionals, when we are talking of upholding professional standards, because that is the other leg that is positive in what we are looking at this afternoon, we must see it as our collective responsibility to play our roles, knowing fully well that government will do their own, or the land governance will do their part, setting the ball rolling, using the land administrators. The land administrators, our colleagues, are the public mainstreams. For us also, who are outside, getting it right is important. That we see it as a collective responsibility. beyond ex-verbal, beyond naives, but on your own, when you are doing the practice, doing things right. And that is why when we look at our motto, honesty and devotion. So integrity matters. Honesty in all transactions is important. It's important. Objectivity. There must be objectivity also as much as we want to make transactions and make more money in our account. Confidentiality of clients' information is important. Refusing collusion in land clearance and false valuation reports. Rejecting cooperation with unregistered practitioners. I'm not saying we should not work with them. Cooperation negatively. Remember I told you. Load there. I said, I don't load. I can't do it. Pastor Nimi, though I'm not on day. Let's do it right. Let's do it right. We'll still get the little that will come to us. I think it will go a long way. Younger surveyors, I challenge us. I think we need to look at this. Beyond our practice now. Talking about the sustainability as one of the key things in our team this year. And of course, professional competence. This also Prof mentioned the other time. Competence, it matters. When we need to acquire knowledge, when we need to learn more, we are learning every day. The day we cease to learn, then we cease to grow. And then we will be behind. And people that know how to do it best will go and leave us behind. So there must be dynamism also in the area of our professional competence. We must see in the area of technology, which we have mentioned earlier also, the need for us to move with trends in terms of technological change. Of course, incompetence, okay, CPD, just as we are doing. I think it should be something that should be on regular basis and to have a reflection, just as we are having this afternoon, to challenge ourselves and to see how we can forge ahead. Please, you can just, if you can read some of these things there, I believe we will have the paper after now. Accountability is important. I think one of the things in our regulation is to be accountable to clients. I think one of it is that I don't put clients in your clients' money in your own personal accounts. How are we upholding some of these things? The laws are there. Are we upholding it as individual, even when the regulatory body are doing their best? Statutory regulation and professional disciplinary remedies. Also, we must look at this. Prof also mentioned this the other time. There must be remedies. There must be disciplinary. If we have deterrence, if we have people as examples, I think it will be a caution to us, to a set of people who have brought them together and say, this is the way we want to do it right. We need also to look at in the area of negligence and malpractice. And that is why I said our role must go beyond facilitation of land transaction. Our role, I want to emphasize this because I want it to be noted that we must be risk managers. When it comes to land transactions, we must be risk managers. So we must shun every act of negligence and malpractice. And so we must be able to do our due diligence so as to guide our clients right and so as to uphold our profession. Credibility of valuations for compensation, mortgage, and others. Proper documentation. Please, let's have files. Let's keep records at our own level. Hey, Nigeria is not, we are not keeping records. In your own office, I challenge you this afternoon. How vast are you in keeping records? I challenge you to start if you have not been doing that. Don't just do valuation and you don't have files for your valuation. Don't just do transactions and you don't have files for your... Keep records. Keep records. Keep it in soft. Keep it in hard. Proper documentation, transparency. And one of the things, if we get our land administration rights, is transparency. Our land administration will uphold transparency if we get it right and is efficient and effective. Lack of accountability, we must know if we are not accountable. That's what they do. When they do it, they share and they forget. If you do it and share and forget, then what is that professionality in what you are doing and in your practice? I think we also need to look at this. It's unethical. These are some of the roles. I think Prof already mentioned this. I don't need to dwell so much on this. Can we look at our roles? Can we see whether the roles of NISV, the roles of SURVEYORS, can we see and have a reappraisal this afternoon and see whether they are actually being upheld or upheld as a body or as a board? These are some of it, please. We know it, but let's have a rethink. I think it's another thing this afternoon. Let's have a rethink and see how we can improve on some of this. Prof mentioned that. Let's move. All right. I've mentioned this due diligence to you as individual practitioners, to us. We must refuse. Please, can you move from this? Okay, please, go back to the place. Let me just mention this. In the area of technology, I think if there is anything we must do in Ondo State, we should be thinking of digitalizing our land records. This should be one of the recommendations to our government as a fallout of this gathering together. Digitalization of land records. It will help a lot in facilitating transparency and our activities at that end. And then it will help in the area of information management systems. In real time now, in some countries, you can access certain information relating to land. We must strengthen our land registry, the area of staffing. I think the government in Ondo State is trying. Establish specialized land courts that could fast-track ADR mechanisms so that we will not continue to have litigations. Litigations could affect even our valuation. When we don't get the title right, it can affect it. Oftentimes, if care is not taken, it could affect. Then we should provide continuous institutional support to our professional support to professional regulatory bodies. And then, yes, we should see ourselves from this afternoon as militants of enforcing anti-land grabbing law in Ondo State. Let's go and look at it. Let's see some of the things that are involved in it. I think, is it 10 or 21 years imprisonment now on the issue of land grabbing? Let's be conversant with it, because the issue is if we don't know what is even in operation and we are so busy with our practice, then how do we? Government will have the land governance has put this land grabbing in place. Land administrators should uphold it, and we are part of it. So we must ensure this. Can you please move? All right. Way forward for estate surveyors and valuers. Yes, we have mentioned this and we have re-emphasized this. Let me just re-emphasize. We need technology. We must be conversant, especially young surveyors and challengers. Let's be conversant with technology that could aid this practice. Our fathers, our elders, they have done their bits. Some years to this time, we will be there. They are front-seated now. Very soon, we will be sitting here, and they will be giving advisory role. Today, they are there, guiding us. But we must be thinking of how we can do it right for sustainability. Ethical leadership and mentorship, I think this is an area we need to look at. Prof also mentioned it. Is it that the upcoming ones are not ready to learn? Or is it that the elders are not ready to teach? And one of the things I've observed in our society today is this. Every one of us want to be leaders in a day. A young surveyor want to have office one day. Where, for some of us too, we have gone through, I know, I myself, have gone through pupillage. I have served. We just want to be be leaders one day. And I've noticed it in our society, and it's a trend. When you look at even the artisans, they don't even have younger people who want to learn. They have younger people who want to learn, and that same thing, they want to be leaders. This same thing in our profession, I think we mustn't be so too want to rush. I know colleagues here and who are not here, even in Ondo State, who have paid their dues. They have learned. They have gone through the rigors. And I'm sure by the time they are out, of course, they must have been mentors. So the area of ethical leadership and mentorship is important. There is a gap there. In interprofessional, there is also need for us to relate with allied professionals. Part of it we demonstrated in the course of this week, relating with our colleagues, the land surveyors. But I think it should go beyond that. Let's see where we can form synergy against quackery, especially on things that affect both institutional lawyers and some others. We must be vigilant in Title II investigations. I think I've mentioned that. Of course, what we are doing this afternoon is important. It's one of the way forward for us. Active governance engagement, I think, is important. I think one of the things that, our current ESCOs, I think, they are doing, especially we see the chairman's report the other time. No, he was talking about part of the achievement, advocacy. And of course, I mean, in terms of relating with government, courtesy visits, and all of that, let them know what we are into and what we stood or we stand for. Please, move. All right. We must note that land grabbing and quackery, they are structural challenges, just as we have mentioned. If you look at it from the colonial era down to what we are practicing, it's because of the loopholes. That is why quackery crept in. That is why land grabbing crept in. And then weak land administration, rapid urbanization, we must drive towards keeping pace with this, the way our urban cities or centers are evolving. And then SURVEYORS and valuers are uniquely positioned to act as stabilizing forces at the land market governance interface. Recommendation: strong and consistent enforcement of professional regulations, aggressive public enlightenment. I think we are doing that. You and your property? I mean, you and our radio program. So I think it's we need to also energize more on that. Please move. Enhanced cooperation among NIGERIAN agency, planning bodies, and security agencies. Frequent compulsory CPD, yes. Please to the last slide now. All right. I think I want to part with this statement that professional competence, ethical conduct, and accountability are not optional attributes. They are not optional for us. They are the foundation upon which sustainable land governance is built. And of course, if we are custodians, they are the foundation upon which our profession is built. And of course, we must uphold this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ESV Dr. Ige, for that wonderful presentation. You will quite agree with me that a lot have been said today. And out of the things that have been said, a lot of questions will arise from me. And right now, it is about time for questions and answers and discussion. We would entertain some couple of questions now. Okay, we have about 2 hands raised. Okay, 3. Okay, we would take it, Prof. We'll begin with Prof, while our D will take and Oga will take the last one. So this is the format by which we will go. By the time we will be taking our questions. Okay, there's also another one from the IT book. Okay, general review. Okay.
we're not in. I want to plan it on the humans. Now, I know in very well on that advance. Not look up this before us. I'm not very speak. I'm a this in your hand, not me. I'm not this in your not me. It's all over the place. You not nice. Like nice, people not playing. And the whole land in this country will not be in the Haman, the Fulanis. Because honest young men just put some feelings, communities, overnight, and turn them away. And let down the occupy. We are praying to God. And the land in Nigeria will not be overtaken by the Fulanis. And on the coming of the day, we do their best to ensure that the land is secure. And these people will not overtake our will not overtake our land. This you know, not mean that she know you know not speak now. Not know how it pass. Now not on you. And it's not 1 year she pay him. And I don't think I know him or not. Well, I said, unfortunately, I haven't heard very careful. You must know what not doing. You must know what. Let us know what. Let us know the law that is guiding us. Let us pray only the law and ensure that we know what is written in the law. And as we know this, there will be no problem. No problem. The law guiding the none of them you don't speak. You know, no, on the non side. All the laws are well spelled out in non side. If non side, no. Now, when written, I mean, nothing like I mean. Nothing. Nothing like me. You know that near the past, many of us, you don't know what I am in the law. Only few of us, the officials of ministry, and practicing this law. And unfortunately, the politicians are not operating. And from them. Now, management. Yeah. When the officers of men, it's not left on issues. I don't know, accept. I'm not accept. And at the end of the day, no one they want, not my name. You can know at the end of the day. Now we have us. I'm only advising that all of us, what yours are own. One, only our lives are very well. Only knows our west end out there. When I will accept from you or not, just pay only no face. No what not, what is not no. Then we have ourselves. That New York partly. Oh, very much. New York partly. If there is not looking, if there is not manipulation, we don't have any essence of yours. Some of my in. What we have taken over operation, we don't know. We don't know. Now, yes, it's an operation. Yes, that's a journey. All of us, now practicing. Now practicing, on one place. Oh, you need to do something about it. And now, you know, they have me associate now. I'm thinking of my managers. Eh? They have taken all the money, they have all the money, on the money place. You have many people now. Yeah. Let me give you an something. Sometimes they go there, I have one on that. I'm in there. Put our man in here. You know what happened? For many months, no money was only me. I didn't even know that come on, they have gone there to remove some of the numbers. I'm paying you know. They have the man in there. My number is there. They have gone there. Come on, the number. No, they don't man. They are on me. I'm not going to know this. And you are not the pass in our own hand. On it, only first. They are all on the place. I am all of us here. And of us here. Only in them too. Some of them are then on them. No, let me have it down with me, please. They are all on the place. I want to bring our institution to help us. The lawyers are doing it. And yes, anyway, you know, they are doing it. One of the problems is that there are not young in the country. There are not young in the country. If there are young, you know, will be minimum. The thing I have to do something. Point is really. And money here. Our motto is honesty and devotion. And I'm very honest. If we are honest, whatever you do, and then on there, we make it. We make it. What we up to you, we up to you. What we up to you, what with me, with me. You know how to be very honest. Let's try and be honest. Now we help one of us. And in our profession, please. A young man. New York, let's try something. And then they are aware of it. Otherwise, this guy is not in. This is my own. Now we have to do what? I'm going right there. You see what you're doing? Now we have to help once. I want to specially ask you. No one nothing anywhere. I need to know your people. Let me say this here. Academia. Yes. Most cases, the national just the demand that we ask. What we learn now from you is not what we make in the practice. It's not another here. It's not another. It's good to learn. It's good to study. But in the enemies, it's done the same as making learning. When you talk of man development, yes. These are things. With many amenities. In the ministry, they are well taught. No money are doing here. They have their master plan for every city. Every city has their master plan. Why in that many have their master plan? The problem we have is that some of us are not many master plan. Now there's excuse for so many things. Housing, churches, Nigerian land, and Nigerian meetings, Nigerian land, commercial, so many things. And who is in charge? We, are supposed to be in charge. But we are not doing it alone. We're not the planners. The planners must come in. The surveyors must come in. All of that must come in. The surveyors, first of all, on the site. And that's for me. Never any money. And then on it, when they make answer me. This when they answer me is not how no fact no. And no fact no. The man on it, not planner. Then we act on it. No noise. This is nice for. This is nice. Not necessary. This is nice for. Not necessary. This one is for church. This one is for hospital. 900 meters. 900 meters. And the problem we have is that some of the staffs online with me on the office with us. It's only master plan. In the master plan is unknown. I mean, not in that part me. I mean, not me. I'm the Mohammed now. Yes, this one is for such. This one's for this one is for that. But this next. No. And who are you not in the man? I'm not in the man. You're on the line. I'm not in the man. You're on the line. Now, at times, you're physicians in the ministry. Not every time, not every time. And people are saying, they don't know what is going on. This is what they are doing. They are nonchalant. They are this, they are that. No. No. In fact, when you attend seminars, when you attend conferences, you know what is going on. You know what is going on in the audience. Everything you yourself, it's done then. Bring that more attend conferences and seminars. The more we will be in, and the more we know what to do.
Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful review. We would like to go with our questions and our discussions now. Prof, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know how to address the members of the head table because I have so many chairmen on the head table. But let me just say, my chairman, I have the chairman of the occasion, I have my chairman of the institution, and of course, I have the chairman MCPD. So let me just address you as my chairman. My resource persons, my fellow of the institution, and my noble colleagues. I'm sorry for coming in very late. I have to look around before I move. Because if they sell the whole of my land in my kingdom, it's not up to 100 million. You know what I'm talking about. So thank you very much. So I will quickly pick on 3 issues. Sorry, it's just a contribution. The first one is on estate agents. The chairman of the occasion has said it all. We need to be very careful about the estate agents. Very, very careful because they have taken up the whole of our job except valuation. And on land, they are also trying to come in now. A very good example is the accountants who are trying to take over asset valuation. Last December, I was appointed to be called upon by an association, a quack association anyway. They call themselves REMASOS, Real Estate Management Association of Ondo State. At first, I denied. But later, I said, it's a golden opportunity for me to go and showcase myself and then advertise Estate Agents Association of Nigeria, which, of course, is an umbrella body of the Nigerian Association of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. I prepared my paper and I forwarded it to them. A day to the time, they called me. They said, please, sir, I should remove that Estate Agent Association because if I get there, it will cause a chaos and they don't want them to move me. I said, why? They said, no. They said, let us, they mentioned something in the Yoruba. They said, Rabana Amalaloku. I should just come, give my paper, let's forget about that of the estate agent. I said, no problem. But tactically during the presentation, I included it. And there was this argument. 1, who is an estate agent? 2, a lawyer was there too, who came to make presentation. Can a lawyer practice as an estate agent or as the case may be? These issues generated a lot of debate. And I was able to contribute my quota, bringing out the unrivaled role of the estate surveyor and valuer. But what they said is that, Oga, I better go. You are valuers. We are not disputing with you that we are valuers, but we are estate agents. We have the authority to buy, sell, and lease land. We argue and argue, but it continues. So let us be careful with them. Otherwise, they are gradually trying to take over this our profession. They don't want to learn. They don't want to go to school. Once they have a table and a chair, the sky is their limit. And the members of the public, they are playing into their hand. Why? The chairman has said it during his speech yesterday. Acute housing shortage. People are looking for accommodation, and at any cost, they want to grab whichever one is available. God will help us. I was opportune to listen to Ige. I came in when he was presenting. I know Dr. Ige as an academia, somebody who is a lecturer. But with what he has said, he has been able to convince me beyond reasonable doubt that he's also a private practitioner. And I gave that to him. Thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. However, in the course of the presentation, which I followed, of course, you did not mention one of the major challenges which we have. And our chairman of education has briefly mentioned it in his discussion. The issue of the Land Use Act. We have this problem because of the fact that the Land Use Act has not been addressed properly. If we have a very good land policy supported by the Land Use Act, there's no need for land grabbing. So we need to start and move on and see how we are going to change that. That is why in my inaugural lecture, land is abundance, yet it is scarce. And there are so many ways we can go about it to make it to be abundance. And one of it all is about the Land Use Act. So I want to create the indulgence of the speaker, Dr. Ige, to allow the rapporteur to tactically include it in their own write-up that there's continuous need to review the Land Use Act, which is very, very important. Thank you. And again, I don't know whether the first speaker has mentioned it. There's this thing going on, the issue of land management, which is really trying to be taken over by the surveyors. You will recall that sometimes in Abuja, there was massive protest by estate surveyors and valuers on the need for them not to put it in whatever paper they are trying to prepare. So I think there's also the need for us to follow up on that so that we let them know that the land surveyors are not in charge of land management, but estate surveyors and valuers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
We are coming, sir. Fellows first.
The chairman, the resource persons, other fellows, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The moderator was able to, elucidate a lot of things, of which Professor Glay also acceded to. In fact, that was the question what I had in mind. But the only difference I want to make now is that we have all run foul of the law of the land. Government not excluded. It's because of that. That's why we have land grabbers, land area boys, that's why we have them. But I want to ask a question. What is the general intendment of the land use decree? The general intendment. Section 1 of the law says all land in the territory of the state are vested in the state government to hold in trust for the use and benefit of Nigerians. The question is, are they actually holding it in trust? Are they not holding it for their selfish interest? So, you see, that is one of the areas. Okay, let's go to Section 28 of the Act, which says that it shall be lawful for the military governor to, acquire land for overriding public interest. That is Section 28. Are they actually acquiring for overriding public interest? So, some cases, if you go into nitty-gritty of what you are talking about, they have gone beyond that. They did some of these things even to humiliate even the federal, because the governor is quite in charge of land. But they are even using it. If you are not part of the, if you are not in my party, and you come from one state, you are from the federal level, say you want to get something, you want me to get land for you here, they will think twice. If they want to listen to you at all, they take you to a dungeon. You never. That development within the next 20, 30 years, the development will not get there. Those are the things. Then coming to the area of compensation, if not until recently, the compensation they are paying, is it adequate enough? So, and that is why once, even apart from the fact that the compensation has been paid, you will still see some of these owners claiming that, look, I was not given enough compensation, and therefore they want to lay claim on the land. While doing that, they will be ceding part of the land, and they will be selling it out. Baba Jashin, during his own time, he acquired land right away from, I don't know, the writer of lands and the PS, from Oda Road, transcend all this area to Obaile. But for now, if you look at it, there are some part of the land that has been taken over by private individual. Why? Because of the issue of compensation. So we are four foul of the law, both the federal and both the state, individual. And we can just, all of us will just get to a place and take land and be selling it, some of the families. Then, well, we are bound to have problem. I can remember a case in Alausa in Lagos. Alausa, where the federal secretary, where the state secretariat is. After some time, for so many years that land had been acquired, do you know that some landowners took them to court? They took the state government to court, and the court, these family people, they won the case that some of those land were illegally acquired. And they said it's an illegal acquisition, and that the state government will go ahead and pay either compensation or vacate the land. So those are the areas. But to individuals that they will go there, they will go and get land, they sell, they do some other things with it. They will not even perfect the land. So we will have problem. The last resource person mentioned something about what we call accountability and honesty. That is the area that concerns us, we as surveyors. Even from all we have been saying, either they run foul of the law or not, you as a professional man, professional person, you should be able to advise the government appropriately. Even though Oga said that even if you advise them, all this political machinery, they will use it to weigh you down, to say that you are not competent, you are not qualified, because they want to have they want to have their way. Don't bother. Do whatever you can do. So I see this Oga here, Mr. Adara, Mr. Adejala. I've worked with them. I know what they were doing. They were very thorough. I worked with him when he was the director of lands. I worked with him when he was the general manager. Very thorough. They don't mind. Who sucks is God's. They do things the way it should be done. It doesn't matter whether they have done their best and they have left. And I know that they did very well. I'm soon leave. So they did very well. No, we need to tell the whole people, especially the resource person. So let us try to be accountable, to be honest, based on our motto, honesty and devotion. That is where I'm going to end it. It is very, very important. By the time you do it, you gain a lot of things, even after the service. like what they said, that they have not seen, all of us here, we are not rich, but we are not wretched. Are we? No. So let us try to be honest, to be objective, to advise government appropriately. Thank you very much.
I'm also going to appreciate the resource person and the chairman of chairmen. The Lord will continue to bless you in Jesus' name. My question is going to the prof. When he was discussing the issue of urban regeneration and brownfield development, I want to ask the question: what are the factors that you define brownfield development as those land that have extincted, that is, the value has gone bad. So I want to ask, what are the factors that brought about brownfield development? And if I may mention, is maybe those swampy areas that are reclaimable, are they categorized as brownfield development?
Because of time, I will like to go straight to my question. My first question goes to the first presenter. Sir, during your presentation, you made us to understand that we, as estate surveyor and valuer, that one of our role is to advise, is to give advice in land administration system. So I want to ask, sir, that in case we, the land consultant, we give advice during compensation matter, in this land administration, we give advice, and the government reviews to take that advice. We, as estate surveyor, what is your, how can we move forward? What is your advice for us? In case we give advice, you have told us that our role is to give advice in land administration matter. But there are cases that we, the surveyors, estate surveyor, especially in government, when we give advice, the government will refuse. For instance, in compensation matter, there is a state law that says we can give 25% to the landowners in lieu of monetary compensation. So when we have meeting with the landowners, they will letting us know that the 25% that we are recommending is not adequate. And we, the consultant, the land consultant, we give advice that this 25% of a thing, why can't we jack it up small? And the government insisted that they can't, they want to follow the law. So that is my first question, that in a situation like that, what should we do? Then my second question goes to the second presenter. So where is he? I want to ask you, sir, that in a situation that we have a counter or interface with these hormonal stores, what is your advice for us? Should we give them what they are demanding, or we should jettison them? And jettisoning them, they will be frustrating us. So what is your advice for us in a situation that we have an encounter with the hormonal in land administration dealings? Thanks.
The last but not the least, all protocols duly observed.
My name is Niesv Joseph Success. I want to appreciate our resource persons. My question is going to be on adequacy of compensation as discussed by our professor. My question is, as estate surveyors and valuers representing the interest of claimants during acquisition and compensation, we have seen instances where a good job is done by the consultant, good values for these properties have been arrived at after assessment. But at the end of the day, we discover that people in authority, maybe the commissioners, the SAs that are in that regard, they begin to cut these values as they choose. Now, we are attorneys representing the interests of our clients. My question is, to what extent do we justify the fate reposed on us as their attorneys? That's my question. I don't know if it's thank you.
We would like to give one more opportunity.
Good afternoon, sir. Ama. All protocol duly observed. In area of agency, maybe property management, it's not again saying that the quacks are taking up the business. And most property owners, they don't want to deal with agents anymore. Is there anything the association is doing to help the upcoming private sector in sensitizing the society, letting them know that it's because they are patronizing the quacks. That's why they are falling into wrong hands. And then many of them do not know. They categorize us as the same. Yes.
Thank you very much for those beautiful questions. We will now hand over to the resource persons for their responses.
Thank you very much. Let me briefly say this. So I still want to salute all our elders here, and Prof. and Chief. You are welcome, sir. It has been a very interesting discourse all the while. Whether we like it or not, we cannot, as far as I believe, absolve ourselves from maybe some of the problems we are having today. Like my colleague said, some of these things we didn't just get there overnight. Some we created some of these problems because we are only just saying that, oh, the quacks are taking our jobs and other things. Why? And that's why I emphasize the fact that, look, until people have, if you remember I said, public perception is one of the things that is giving us problem. If you are giving your job, I am not saying in all situations, but we must balance situations. You are recommending for compensation. Say, okay, do this. Are you saying the man is not thinking that you are doing? You are saying that because of what you will do, or because of your own your own court. So we need to work in such a way that the society sees us as we are representing them. It's still you see, public perception, you don't buy it overnight. It is something that is built overnight. Once trust is lost, at times it's always difficult for us to have it back. So it's one thing that we need to work on within ourselves. That's why when I said that, I said, well, look, what do we need to do within ourselves? Recognizing the fact that there are instances that Yoruba will say, oh, so obvious that is there with quacks and you are topping. Tomorrow you now want to say, oh, I am a professional. How will you say that? How would they believe? And that's the way they will be assessing all of us. So we really need to tidy up all those ones. But be that as it is, advisory, we can't do it in a day. Fine. And another thing we believe is, ask some of these politicians. They will tell you that the advice they are doing, they got advice. I want to believe that no government exists without having any advisors. Our colleagues are there in the ministries advising them. Whether we like it or not, the question is whether they take it or not. But they get advice. There are people selling models for them. Okay, so you can have this model. You can do this, you can do that. While some of them might be at variance with what we are doing. But let's keep saying it if there is a way. And that's why I emphasize the need for more advocacy. And I also recommended that there is one thing that we need to do is reform. That we should advocate for reform of so many things. Thank God, Professor Ogunlaye also confirmed it now that he said it. I said it. Compensation is believed to be statutory valuation. There are arguments to the fact that there are judicial decisions that have emphasized the fact that people should be given market value. Maybe the institution should be looking onto how we can have that and how we can make that now to see that we help the vulnerables. You know, there are people that are looking forward to us, to get the best of us. So, if we are not doing it and they have that confidence that they will get the best from us. You know, some people don't want to come to us because they feel they will not even get the best of the services they want from us. So we must all be challenged that this profession belongs to us. We are relevant. That's why I started from that we must now know those areas where we are relevant. Okay, then we should do it the way it's supposed to be done. So that some of them, the engineers are contesting plant and machinery valuation with us. Why? Because in those days, surveyors will only just say, okay, please, do this thing for me. They will carry out the whole thing, write the report, give it to the SA surveyor. Verbatim, he put it in his record. He put it in the report. And he now put Tunde Oladopo and Co. The man knows that there is no difference from what I gave to you and what you are doing. They now feel they can do it better off. I don't know whether you are following what I'm saying. These are some of the areas whereby we have goofed. And we have now, we are now trying now to remedy the situations. And if you remember, we also emphasize the fact that we now need the knowledge for the contemporary practice. The practice has changed from where it used to be. I remember in those days when we are teaching professional courses, we always, one of the things that, if you still remember, is still in our code of conduct, that you don't source for job. Abisa, you are supposed to sit down. And because the example I always give my students is that, have you ever seen a medical doctor that will be ringing bell and say, oh, patients, come to me. That's how professionalism was perceived in those days. That people who need your service comes over to you. That's why they say you should don't look for a job. The job should come. But I hope we all know that things have changed. There is the World Bank standard for job procurement. One of the things is that you must send out proposals. It's at variance with how our fathers started in those days. You don't send proposals. You don't quote before you get jobs. Abisa, you are not supposed to say, this is the fee I will get. So you only provide your valuation service and now say, okay, based on this value. But it has changed. The World Bank standard is saying, okay, before you can do it, what is your man-hour pay? Tell me, how many hours are you going to do the job? I must know. How many people will you use? And it is all those things that they have domesticated into our Public Procurement Act. If you have not read it, please look at that act. It's just a replica of the World Bank standard for job procurement. And one of it is that now you must prepare expression of interest. Abi? No, you react, expression of interest will come. Then you react to it and send in your EOI. Okay, there will be request for expression of interest. Then you send your expression of interest. Then there will be request for proposal. You send your proposals. And there are two sets of proposals. We have the technical proposals. We have the financial proposal, which you will send before you get the job. That is the world, contemporary world where we are. So if you want to sit down in your office and you say, no, I am waiting for somebody to bring me a job, the office might fold up. So please, what we are saying is we need knowledge and we need to be ready. We need to have that skill and competence to do it better off than accountants. In asset evaluations, don't be surprised. I once heard, maybe it was in Ondo or somewhere, that something like this, and some of our colleagues in the ministry came up to defend themselves. When we are saying, you are not bringing out job. The man said, look, somebody wrote, our colleagues wrote feasibility and viability appraisals for land development. What did they do? About 2 or 3 of them. It was the feasibility and viability appraisals for a poultry farm that the guy just moved. I don't know where they said they got it from. Put it in his report. Put it, so and co, essay survey and value. That's what he sent. And you now say, okay, look, we are better. How will you get the job? And the accountants are thinking. That's why I said, if you want to operate over there, under the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, sir, those of you that are there, you know you must understand their language and you must be able to speak that language. So it's more than the one we learned in the universities in the 80s. So we have to build ourselves up for that. We should be ready to do that. So God will help us. So that's the challenge for us. We must be thinking. That's why I said the other time that our thinking must change. Our practice must change. If we don't think differently, we will not be able to do it differently. So we need to build that competence to be able to compete and to outdo and do better off than they are. That's one of the ways. Quackery, I was looking at quackery and I discovered that there are more quacks in the medical profession than what we have in the real estate. Go and find out. Quackery. In fact, I didn't know. I wrote a paper years back. That should be in the early 20s. The reviewer just said I didn't. I said I didn't. And as at that time, I have never seen a paper on quackery in Nigeria. He argued and said I should go and look for what happens in the medical. And I said that since 1850s, Okoloyo and other people that are there, who are they? And those. But what we are saying is, so we must now stand and do it better. That's the only thing, because it is, if you are looking for law, it might be difficult. Because lawyers are among them, and most of them are even more influential than we do. So, but please, let's develop the competence. Let's create the perception. Let's change the public perceptions. The truth is, the perception about us outside is not too good. It's not too good. So, there are surveyors that can, because of 500,000 naira now, misbehave. I know our fathers here, they have seen money, they cannot run away. But there are surveyors that will, 200,000 naira rent, they will collect it and disappear. So then what are we saying? So please, if we are advising them, they don't, that could be reasons why they will not take it. That's number one. They also have their policy at times, they will not do it. But let's keep advising. Advisory, you are not forcing them. A government will come and change the situations. Remember, I don't know many of us that have been, ASU has been fighting some battles for the past 30 years. This government came now. The last government, even though APC said no, ASU was at home for 8 months. Another government came and said, okay, we are not doing all, we are doing this. That's how it's supposed to be. Don't let, because the government says no, but let's let our voice be heard. But as we are speaking, let it be from genuine intention that we want to impact the society and help the people. Once they believe that we are helping or we are suggesting because we want to make money, we will not get anything out of it. APC government is changing things. Why in those days? Look at it. We might be blaming them. But the question is, when Tinubu assumed office as the governor in Lagos, and they brought technology and some other things for payment, they discovered that they had more money than when they were collecting it. Abi? So, whether you like it or not, Aregbe Sola came in Osun, he said, because our people are collecting money, they put it in their pocket. He brought consultants. Whether anybody likes it or not, they are getting money. But the government is getting more than what they were getting in those days. Because they believe that people are not truthful. They believe that people are working for their own pocket. And that's why they now say, okay, let's do it now. So I think that is what I feel we want to do. Let's keep advising them. In terms of adequacy of compensation, I said it when I was doing. There is inadequate compensation. And that's why I gave the example of that place in Ibadan. Ajodan, Newtown. You remember I said it. Ajodan, Newtown was acquired maybe when I was in primary school. As of today, it has not seen the light of the day. Why? Because of inadequate compensations. The people felt they were not well compensated. But it is a law guiding that. That's why we call it statutory valuation. So that's what we still uphold. So there is an extent to which we can go. But if there's a law here that says, oh, we can do more, please, let's do that. But my own emphasis is that in the course of the practice, if you are strengthening it, let's strengthen it ethically. So that when we are ethical in whatever we are doing, people perceive that, oh, we are helping them. The government feels, oh, we are contributing. Then they will listen to us. Thank you very much.
Madam.
Sorry, somebody said what's brownfield development? You know, there are green fields. Those are new areas. You just go, they are occupying lands, you build and other things. But what they call brownfield are those areas that are already in existence, or they were in existence before. Like industrial areas, whereby you have so many industries and so many of them are there. But over time, they have been abused. The area is contaminated because of pollutions and some other things. So people can no longer live there. So you get to Oluole Industrial Estate in Ibadan. There are some places you see oil and other things. So they are no longer useful for those. Those factories have left. Nobody is using them any longer. So it is such one of those ones that we call brownfield so development. So what we need to do is to let the government know that you don't just leave that place like that. All they need to do is to upgrade it. If you hear in Ogoni area, they will talk of cleaning Ogoni. They were emphasizing it in some other area because of pollutions from the oil companies and some other things that contaminate their environment. So those are brownfield areas. But they can clean them. Then those areas whereby there are no infrastructure, they can be provided. And they can renew them. The concept of urban renewal can also come there. And so we have an advisory role to let the government know that such sites so can be get to our secretariat, ex-Fabon secretariat in Lagos, the former Federal Minister of Work and Housing, and in the heart of Lagos. See that place falling down. And so many other federal government assets nationwide. They are not being used. They are just there. So that's what we are saying. So government can do it. We can tell them effective and better ways of managing those assets and rebuilding and cleaning such sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Prof. Okay. Quickly before.
Thank you very much. I want to stand on the existing protocol. Thank God for the privilege. I want to talk on this inadequacy of compensation and the attitude of people towards it. One, government with their own different policy, which some of it are not even aligned with the law that guide, the process. But however, I remember, and Maoga, the chairman of this session, you bear me witness that once upon a time, even in this state, They are doing compensation exercise. They set up a committee. The compensation was done by our colleagues. And the report was presented to the governor. And the governor said he's not going to pay the compensation. One, government, they operate within the armpit of their budget. And in most cases, when issue like that comes and you present a figure like that to them, and it's not in alignment with their budget, they are scared. But Oga can bear me witness. He was there, and God used him as a solution. And when Oga spoke and advised the governor then, and after all said and done, and he said, yes, now I'm at peace, I will pay. Oga can bear me witness. So approach matters. So I want to say, if you are representing somebody, your client, as far as compensation issue is concerned, compensation can be challenged. When you observe that your client, what is being paid, is grossly inadequate, you can challenge it in court. And there are issues like that when I was in service. Challenged, went to court, and at the end of the day, it was resolved through ADR. And the clients got something above the initial payment. So all of us will have a role to play. You don't just say, give you this time, you say, government. All of us will have a role to play. When you sleep on your right, other people will take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Ige, over to you.
Thank you. Still observing all protocols. Prof, I agree with you, and I indeed made mention of it when I said some of our laws, we may need to look at our regulations, and that is why I said we are not involved in policy making, that we indeed may not have say. So I agree with you. There is need, the law that is driving us in relation to land now, there is need of total overhauling and to get it right. And that's why I said when we look at land governance itself, one providing the rule, giving the direction, policy, what is to be followed. So if the foundation is not even good, then what it will bat out might not be good. So I agree with you, sir. I think if there is anything, it has to be. Ma'am, you mentioned Omonile. When you asked that question, I quickly remember one of the clips one of my senior colleagues sent to our platform. And I'm sure some of us must have seen it. When one of the Omonile sat down and started crying and said, mi ò fẹ́ owó mọ́, èmi gan màá bá yín ṣọ́. I think one of the things we can do is employing services of our law enforcement agents. And I indeed mentioned it also. Time will not allow us to have spoken much on that. And even, I think last week, I still experienced that. Not directly, but my sister also is a land surveyor. It's a large mass of land that she surveyed. And then, before they could do that, there were issues. And then they went to SIB, and then they brought some, all those godos, and they followed them. And they were able to do it. So I think for now, what we could do, and I've had an encounter personally with them, and these are some of the things we do. At times, you want to offer them certain things. They say, there's one I was involved with a colleague. It's not seated here this afternoon also. And then I said, collect 5,000. He said, no. And that other guy too knows one of the popular talks. It's funny. In Akure, he said, I will call this person, And they started shivering. And I think he paid them 5,000. We try to make friends also. But if you feel, and I've also had a colleague also here, not seated as well this afternoon. I think along Alagbaka, they were doing it. And then those people, they said they are moneyless, and they started disturbing them. No problem. And they called the military, employed the military services. And then, of course, they started begging that they don't want money again. So I think for now, we could explore that. I think that's what we could do. And of course, let's see how we could explore this anti-grabbing law. let's delve into it and see how it could work. God helping us. I think that's the area I feel I'm involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our resource persons. But quickly, let me add this. The issue of quackery, I want to say this today. Those of us that are graduate of estate management, that are yet to be elected, talk less of being registered, that are also running firms, you are a quacker. Kindly know that. So that when we are talking of quacks, it's not limited to those people outside there. If you have not been registered and you are running office, you are carrying bag around, managing property for people, collecting money, doing this and that, you are nothing but a quack. The fact that you study estate management does not make you a professional estate surveyor and valuer. So there are quacks among us, and let us begin to tackle that one. Let's look inward. Until we are able to resolve that one, then we face those people outside. Then on our own part, to ensure that we send these quacks packing, we are really doing advocacy. And that is why we are back on radio. Every Monday, 10:30 to 11, you will hear us on Positive FM. So if there is any estate surveyor and valuer in Ondo State that is saying that, what are we doing? That means you are not identifying with us. And even after the program on weekly basis, we send a recording version on our platform. So please, let's be part of this. Then Prof talked about school start within 2 years becoming estate surveyor and valuer. Well, that is not actually possible now. When we are saying that those people with school start, in fact, a school start that has been working in estate firm for years, that's part of the requirement. And if you look at the present regime of ESV Alonge, you will see that we are not hearing of adult truth again. That's another way of destroying the profession. Adult routes. Someone who is a graduate because he has attained the age of 50 and above, or this and that, just sit for a few weeks and becoming registered surveyor. And we have a case like that in the SVABO. Someone that got elected through adult route and went to SVABO for registration. It was a serious crisis in the institution then. It was God that helped us to sort it out. And that is why the present regime did not want to hear about adult. In fact, it has never been discussed in this regime. And I think I align with him. The another challenge we have is this. We see it as unethical for any one of us to go on here and advertise that my firm, we are doing this, we are doing that. Whereas the quacks are doing it. So they have more access to people. But with our own on here now jointly, I think we are seeing results. There is no program without talking about these quack people. And God is going to help us. Then another thing is that if you want to send the quacks packing, we must do things differently. That the public will see that we are better than the so-quacks. If we are not doing anything different from them, then what is so special in us? We have to do it differently. Thanks to Professor Aloko, when he was teaching us introduction to estate, he said it is, forget about law backing you. What you need most is public acceptance. If the public can see that competence is there and the professionalism is there, and that is why we must submit ourselves to training. And by the grace of God, we have started packaging another training for our members in this branch that will be coming up in May. My tenure still extends in May. So as we are coming from conference, by the grace of God, we are having that training on GIS so that we can graduate from the normal way, old way we used to do things. It's very unfortunate. Some of us still go to site carrying tape. Technology has gone beyond that. Even though when your clients see you carrying tape, they will look at you as there are ways you can take your measurement without carrying tape. So the training on GIS will be coming up in May. And all you need to do is to make yourself available. It's the branch that will sponsor it, like we did for tax new law. So the branch is fully prepared to see that we shift from our old ways of doing things. But the issue is that how many of us are ready to submit ourselves to such kind of training? It sounds embarrassing, sir, when you see people, senior members of the profession, still talking of open market value, for sale value. I look at it, I say, where are we heading to? God will help us. What we need most to send the quacks packing is to rebrand ourselves, equip ourselves with latest technology and latest method of doing things, so that the public will see that we are different from the quacks. The Lord will help us in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to believe that you all agree with me that issues concerning professional practice is inexhaustible. If we sit down here today, we will continue to discuss and discuss and discuss because there are a lot of issues. But having said that, we would quickly go to our rapporteurs now to give us a summary of all that have been sent today. And I would like to invite ESV Dr. Olukolajo and ESV Dr. Aku.
Good afternoon, all. Please, I just want them to help me project before we continue. Okay. Though I will be talking on the second presenter's work that is talking about land grabbing and the issue of quackery. Now, when we look at it, it didn't just start like that. We will now narrow it down to the issue of urbanization. And we know that when we have issue of urbanization, definitely land value will do what? It will go up. And this land value is not just going up because it wants to go up, but because of the things surrounding it. That's why we are having issue of land grabbing. And then this land grabbing now, perhaps because we have given room or somehow, like what we've been saying since, we have actually roped or we have romanced ourselves with some of this quack. And because we have romanced ourselves with them, there are some certain things that we need to do that we are no longer doing it very well as professionals. Somehow we have digressed. And because we have digressed and we have romanced with them, but by the reason of today's lecture now, we are trying to call ourselves back so that we can do the needful. Is it ready? So that we can do the needful. Then there is need, when there is where unlawful acquisition of land and uncontrolled practice in real estate are being promoted. You will see people, they say, oh, this land belongs to us and this. I'm not trying to give another lecture, but I'm just trying to tell us the key things that we need to go home with. And then there is need for we estate surveyors and valuers to protect our property rights. It is very, very important. And then there is need for us to enhance transparency. Whatever thing you are doing, let there be transparency in it. you see some people like the second speaker, he talked about sheka load. What you are loading is what is not right. And because you have loaded it, there is no longer need you. There's nothing you want to, there's no transparency in it again. Because somehow you are afraid of letting people know the real thing there. And then we should encourage urban development and not disorganize, and encourage urban development in a sustainable way. There are ways we can encourage urban development and at the same time make it sustainable for all. Please, can you scroll up? Then the key thing there, professionalism. There should be competence in whatever thing we want to do, and our ethical behavior. What are the things we need to display like estate surveyors and valuers? Are we doing those things like the quacks? Some of us, our chairman said that some of us among us, we are quack. But I told him, I said, we have legitimate. The ones that went through the school, they are legitimate quack. But though legitimate is not proper, but I give you that title. But there is need for us to do what? To go back to school. And then another one that we talk about is the accountability. There are some of us, I must say the truth here. When you collect rent, you can't do the proper account for your tenant, for your client. And when they look at what is the difference between we and the quacks, there is no difference. So please, let's be accountable in whatever thing we are doing. Even in our utterances, let our A be A, and let us remove the issue of loading. We will get there one day. And then there are levels at which solutions to these problems are found practical, that we can solve them. One of it is what? At the individual stage, me and you. What are we doing as individuals? We focus, there is stringent investigation, refusal to cooperate with unqualified individuals. Let us not cooperate with them. And then adequate documentation. When there is adequate documentation, the issue of adequate documentation, I will refer that to the lands people. At times, issue of record keeping is not properly done. I'm not trying to indict anybody. And then let there be continuous sensitization of clients. Let us tell our clients what we as estate surveyors are supposed to do. At times when I told somebody one time, let me manage your property. He told me vividly, he said, you are not a lawyer. I cannot give you. Why? Because he's an illiterate. And I told him, I said, sir, lawyers cannot manage you. He said, no, lawyers, people are afraid of them. Because we have not actually displayed that we are qualified enough to do that. Then institutional level, that's where we talk about our professional bodies. When you are ready, when you are a proper estate surveyor, not the one of graduate, you should know your A and your B. And you should know what you are supposed to do as a person. And then the other level is the government level. That's the board, the registration, how we are being guided, the things that we need to do as a body, so that we will not fall into the hand of the quacks, so that we will not romance ourselves with them. Then from the following are the take-home. We should make sure there is proper digitization of land records. And then the second one is rapid and efficient land dispute resolution. This one now is the issue of ADR. It's common. So many people, they don't want to go to court. They prefer, let's settle this outside the court, which is better off. And then it saves money, and then it saves time. And then the adoption of technology that our chairman have talked about it. He talked about GIS, and there are other ones that we can use to make sure that our profession is being known to people, and not just being known to people. It will even be easy for us as a person to do what? To practice. You can be in Akure and you are doing your work for somebody. You have something to do in Lagos. You are in Akure, you will navigate it. You don't need to get to Lagos. Then improving interprofessional relationship by undertaking continuous professional development. What we are doing now is like a continuous professional development to improve profession and offering ethical leadership in the profession. There is continuous need to include and adhere to the Land Use Act. It's not just including it. We must adhere to the Land Use Act. Then the above measures will help the professions to fight land grabbing and quackery, safeguard the clients and practitioners, and make a significant contribution towards sustainable urban development in Ondo State and other emerging urban settings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to call on Dr. Olukolajo for his rapporteuring.
Thank you very much, Professor Nwusu, for a job well done. I was going through that. I was thinking that's going to be the total take home until when they are calling Professor, yes, for paper 1, paper 2. But at the end of the day, I would like that we merge them together, trying as much as possible to remove the one that is our take home so that we can send that to government. But in the last comment, in your last rapporteur, I don't know whatever, I did not say that there's need for us to adhere to the Land Use Act. I maintain that there's a need for us to review, continuous review of the Land Use Act, because if I have to stick to the Land Use Act, it will put us more into problem. So please, I want us to correct that. Thank you.
All protocol duly observed. You know, Prof said so much, and I don't want to put myself in trouble. When you are trying to summarize what a professor has given as a lecture, then you have to be very, very careful. It's a privilege to serve as a rapporteur for the insightful workshop, the paper delivered by ESB Professor Timothy Tunde Oladokun on the topic strengthening professional practice in urban development and land administration, the role of estate surveyor and valuer in driving sustainability and fair compensation. The presentation began by highlighting the pressures of rapid urbanization on land, housing, infrastructure, and the environment. Land was described as a key resource on which economic growth, social cohesion, and environmental protection depend. The speaker emphasized that how land is managed affects the quality and fairness of urban development. Estate surveyors and valuers were presented as central to these processes, guiding land allocation, pricing, optimization, and compensation, all in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 11 and 15 on sustainable system and responsible land use. Professor Oladokun explained the link between urban development and land administration. Urban land development involves planning and implementation policies and projects to improve cities, while land administration is about recording, regulating, and sharing land information. Effective land governance requires competence, integrity, and ethical conduct. The paper stressed that the profession must adapt to changing expectations through modernization and strengthening practices. On land management, Prof maintained that the focus is on using land efficiently and fairly. This includes controlling land allocation, regulating rights, ensuring secure land tenure, planning sustainability, and promoting transparency. Good land management supports environmental sustainability, economic growth, and social stability. The land administration functions, such as surveying, valuation, registration, and land use planning, were highlighted as the backbone of the professional practice. Estate surveyors and valuers either carried out this function directly or coordinate and advise multidisciplinary teams. The presentation also explored technology, particularly land information system. Thank God our chairman said that as soon as we return from the conference, we're going to be trained along this line. And GIS. These two make land administration more accurate, transparent, and efficient. LIS manages land record, valuation data, and land use information, while GIS allows spatial analysis for planning, environmental monitoring, and disaster management. Using these technologies, strengthen professional relevance and help reduce corrupt and dispute. It is good. It is time for us to upgrade ourselves, particularly in this area, so that we can compete favorably with others, particularly those who are contending with our professional services. Cadastral surveys and boundary management were presented as essential to land secure land ownership. Accurate boundaries support taxation, valuation, and dispute resolution. Effective boundary management also requires collaboration among landowners, surveyors, and government agencies to prevent encroachment and strengthen confidence in land
transaction. Strengthening professional practice was a central theme. Estate surveyors and valuers must go beyond routine valuation to actively promote sustainability, ensure fair compensation, and contribute to responsible urban development. On sustainability, estate surveyors and valuers advise on land use, feasibility studies, and green value consideration, including renewable energy, life cycle cost, and urban regeneration projects. They also provide policy guidance on fiscal measures like land value capture and differentiated property taxes, aligning practice with international standards. Our profession is no longer a localized issue. We are competing globally, and so we must be, somebody said we must be globally minded. Fair compensation was emphasized as more than a legal requirement. It's a matter of social justice. Estate surveyor and valuer must ensure valuation cover full replacement costs, livelihood restoration, and consideration of cultural and non-market value. Most of these things are missing in our current practices, and of course, we know that our clients are actually not happy. It was said that some have lost confidence in professional, that they will get better value patronizing quack. Okay? Transparency and good communication help prevent dispute, and attention to vulnerable group and informal landholder is crucial. International best practices, such as the IFC performance standard, were referenced to reinforce this approach. The presentation also acknowledged challenges facing the profession, including limited data, weak regulation, ethical pressure, insufficient integration of estate surveyor and valuer and planning institution, technological disruption require adaptation to AI tools and digital registries while maintaining professional judgment. Finally, responsibility across stakeholders were outlined. Professional bodies should strengthen continuing education, enforce ethical standards, and support research on sustainability. Government needs to modernize legislation, mandate independent valuation, and invest in spatial data system, and integrate estate survey and value into urban planning. I think our people in the ministry, they have to be up and doing in this. Stick out your neck, let them know you are there. Somebody say if you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it for you. And ultimately, the profession must be seen not as just a valuer of property, but as custodian of fairness, sustainability, and public trust. In conclusion, let me emphasize that Professor Oladokun has made it very clear to us that our profession is not just about valuing property, but about ensuring fairness, sustainability, and public trust in the evolving urban landscape. I want to thank him for this insightful and thought-provoking presentation, and I hope that we, as practitioners and stakeholders, take this lesson forward to our world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. At this junction, I would like to hand over to the branch chairman for the presentation of GIT. Branch chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. Sincerely, I believe that we have all gained one thing or the other from today's seminar. And we need to say thank you to the men that God has used for us. There's no amount of money we want to give them that can pay for their efforts in bringing this paper together. But for the fact that we call on them and they answer us, we must appreciate them. The academics are very busy people. It was a guy yesterday that we were discussing, and we are trying to look at their schedule. As one student is calling, another is calling. But for sparing their time to be with us, we sincerely want to appreciate them. Let me use this moment to call on one of our past chairmen and the current chairman of Central Planning Committee 2026, Niesv, Ondo State. So please join the chairman of the session to present this to Professor Timothy Tunde Oladogun. Prof, please.
Mr. Chairman. Well, there is no doubt that our resource persons, the two of them, they have performed excellently well. Thank you very much. Thank you for clapping for them. I'm so excited because I've gained a lot from you. It's a long time I've been attended some of these seminars. So on behalf of the Ondo State branch of the Nigerian Institution of Essay Surveyors and Valuers, I'm given the power to present this small gift to Essay Surveyor Professor Timothy Tunde Oladogun, FNIDVS, RSV, for presenting a paper to the 2026 MCPD of the branch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I want to pass one anointing this afternoon. Yes, sir. Let me invite the newest fellow in our branch to pass anointing of fellowship to our second presenter. The man has been overdue for fellowship, so that when next we are gathering like this, I want to believe with this anointing this afternoon, you too will be addressed as a fellow of the institution. That is ASV Dr. Victor Ige.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ige, thank you very much for this good job you have done. You have demonstrated a very esoteric knowledge. And I'm not disappointed because you started from our corridor. And we will release you, to be a blessing to your generation. And we thank God the way you are manifesting it. And on behalf of the institution, I have the singular privilege to present this gift to you, to honor you, to appreciate you for the good work you have done. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And I want to congratulate us because we are gradually coming to the end of today's program. At this junction, I would like to call on ESV Dr. Thomas Jelume for the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. The whole house will agree with me that it has been a day of enlightenment. A day of enlightenment, a day that is graced with the right panelists that has been assembled by the branch, the Central Planning Committee, and the MCPD Committee. So on the basis of this, I would like the House to permit me to stand on the existing protocol. So first of all, thank the branch chairman, the passion-driven chairman of this branch, ESV Dr. Akintomide Akinlabi, FNIVS, for his passion to ensure that the standards that has been laid by the forefathers, for elders of this profession in the past, is not laid bare, is not laid down. So at the same time, the chairman of the Central Planning Committee, we say thank you for the encouragement and your doggedness to ensuring that the Estate Week especially this MCPD that is embedded in the estate, will come to a success. You created the right environment within the estate week to ensure that the MCPD comes to a success. Thank you very much, sir. That takes me back to the chairman of the MCPD committee for your continuous engagement with members of your committee and other members of the branch to ensure that today comes to a success. I'm also part of your committee, but you released me when you discovered that I was not forthcoming because of my busy schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for your doggedness, for filling in the gap, for those of us that could not partake fully in the activities of the committee. Thank you very much, sir. Then our chairman of the day, sir, ESV Titi Adejala, FNIVS. Thank you very much for the fatherly role of the day. And we thank you, and we are saying that, like Oliver Twist, we will still need you in future to share an occasion of this nature. And God sparing your life for us, sir. Then that takes me to the speakers of the day. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of the branch and my chairman, ESV Professor Timothy Tunde Oladokun. Am I correct, sir? So thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Along with him, we also have a very eloquent speaker of the day, ESV Dr. Victor Olutope Ige. Am I correct? For honoring our invitation. You have no choice anyway. You are one of us, and you must honor us whenever we need you in the future. At the same time, we thank you for taking your time to present this lecture. Your experiences and insights that both of you have shared with us today, we'll take it along with us, incorporate it into our practice, and make you proud in the future. You will see your contributions reflecting in our practice in the near future. Thank you very much. To the rapporteurs, thank you very much for summarizing and giving us the key points we must take home today. Thank you very much, sirs. Then to our elders in the branch, fellows, full members, probationers and graduates, thank you very much. Your presence and your participation in one activities or the other has actually made this program a success. Thank you very much. On behalf of the chairman, of the chairman, and the executive committee, thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have come to the end of today's program. Right about now, we are going to take the closing prayer, and after that, we'll take the national anthem. I would like to call on ESV Kende Salami for the closing prayer.
Standing on the existing protocol, I want to thank Almighty Allah who has made this day a reality for us, who has protected us against the visible and invisible arrows, and who has been our guidance. And I pray as we are moving back to our destination, you should protect us, protect our family, and make everything we've dreamed and anticipated a reality for us. I say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim, sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim, ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen.
The national anthem will rise up now for the national anthem. Thank you very much. We can now take our group photograph.
Photograph, please. The fellows outside, okay.